They say it's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. So can you be open to the possibility that we've all been misled and lied to? Now have you ever actually felt the earth spinning? And have you ever actually seen the earth carry? Take another look at all the things that we've been taught. I may not know what this place is, but I sure know what it's not. No ever-expanding universe with infinite galaxies. No magical spinning waterfall, no Copernicus cosmology. So what does it matter? If they're lying about this, then they're lying about everything. Nothing they told us about ourselves is true. Look at all the time and money that's been spent. There must be something important they're hiding from us about ourselves. So if nothing exploded and scattered across endless space, then why have none of the constellations ever changed? Take a deeper look at all the things that we've been taught. I know you think it's all nonsense. Just look and you'll find out. There's no evidence of circumference, no calculation of rotation, no confirmation of any motion, no detection of any space. I'm not on any side, and I'm not on any team. All I want is truth, no matter where it leads. There's no creation without a creator. The ether is racing space. Earth is at the center. What you do matters. So talk to your water. It's true. No matter
That's a slow fade up.
That's
Fade
a
out.
beautiful fade out. Beautiful people. Welcome to TranceLucid Live. We got some new people in the stream. Thanks to Run Boston Bear. Thanks, JT, for joining us.
Hey, glad to be here, brother.
The president of Flat Earth himself, and he hasn't been voted out yet.
No, still in.
Dude, you know what I love, Vince? You also
What?
have Vince Sonat. You know what I love,
Yes.
Vince? First of all, that
No.
you're not wearing a fucking wig.
I
like this
was
clean
planning
cut.
to wear my Mozart wig,
I love
JT,
this
but he
clean
said
cut.
take that off.
I put on a nice shirt for this, Vince, you know, just
Yeah.
to match you.
Yeah.
You got the tigers on your thing. No, you know what I love, dude? I reached out to JT this morning, and I'm like, "Hey, man, we're doing something tonight. You want to hop on?" And he's like, "Yeah."
Right
100%.
on.
Let's make it happen.
Yep. You know, he's got the kids. He's on, but he's like, "Yep, let's do this." So today we're gonna look at an episode that we did with Psyop, Psyop_Psyop on Twitter. One of our fallen. He passed away in August last year, and we had the pleasure of interviewing him. Funny enough, I met him on one of your streams, JT. You had him and Alex, Conspiracy Guru.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I was just like, man, I reached out to you because you and I were already talking. And I was like, I really need to meet that guy. He's like, he just seems like such a good dude. And turns out he played ball, and we had a great TranceLucid conversation as well. You and I did one as well. So what we do here with the live is we just look back about 30 minutes at a couple of clips. And then if people want to, keep the party going, they can go to phoneboothpodcast.substack.com. That's where we have all the podcasts, including TranceLucid, Phone Booth, Mainstream Mondays, Dualistic, Detoxing the Matrix, the Philosopher King, Here's the Thing podcast, The Meyer Show, and Fasting Fake. Did I get them all? Not bad, huh?
Yeah.
The Meyer No Show. I called him out today. Is
he back?
I don't know, man. I don't know. You hit him. And then there's lots of merch there, but essentially you can listen to that. Close the phone. You don't even have the video running. You can just listen to it on the go. So it's a great place to catch up. And there's a lot of deep conversations. We're gonna have JT back another time too, because I had a 3-hour one with him, where he got into flat earth in the 3rd hour. So for all the normies, they'd be like, oh, these are just two dads talking about dad stuff. And then he hit them hard in the last hour, the way JT does.
So you got
good.
an episode with JT on TranceLucid here.
Yes. So you know what? Yeah,
It's-
let's show that as well. It's episode, I think 5 is JT.
Episode
Dude, it
what?
was so
All the way
good.
back to the blues in season 1.
It was chilly outside. I had my jacket. You
Mhm.
invited me. I was like, let's go. And it was very natural and very fun to share.
Yeah, just look. He's got a
Okay,
nice-
hold on. Let's see if we got some clips made from Substack.
Well, hold on, because this
I
one's
just
going to
wanna
be
see.
about Blair.
Yeah.
This one's going to
Okay.
be about Blair. Maybe just pick one clip. Let's pick one clip, and then we'll go to Blair's. Yeah, there he is. Look, he's all bundled up. And this is
Yeah.
before he had his beautiful little girl. So we
Yeah.
were talking
I like
about
this
that.
one. I
months old
stopped jerking
now.
off. Let's look
Okay,
at that
there
one.
we go. All right.
Yeah, you can
We
play
got
that
into
one.
it.
I would
I
leave
got a
the room.
question for you. I
Yeah, go
got a
ahead.
question for you on this, right? Because you talked about how you gave up porn.
Yeah.
And you don't have to answer this if you don't want, but I'm assuming that during this time you weren't even masturbating, that you just kind of left your essence in. So I've heard about this. I've heard about the Kundalini. I don't know what it is, but essentially that if you don't release, it'll go up into your brain, into your
Mhm.
pineal gland, and it'll actually come down again. And it gives you not only awakening, but your manifestation powers go nuts. And we have 33 vertebrae. Interestingly enough, Jesus was 33 years old.
Yeah.
There's a lot of similarities, but if you can find a way to hold your essence, and then you have these experiences. So that what that might have been that.
I'll tell you, man, it's no problem. Yeah, I stopped jerking off. I saw it as sex with self. And I had the thought, why do I do it in hiding? And why, if my mom or somebody walked in, would I be like, oh no, wow?
Yeah.
And I was like, I got caught. And then why after?
Yeah, hold on. It is weird, right? The jerk off. It
Well, you
has
put
to
it
be
like
with
that.
yourself, right?
Unless you're
You
doing
can't
it
just-
out in the open, right?
Yeah, you can't just open the door and walk out and keep jerking off while people
Yeah.
are around. Why is that?
So it separates us from the animals, my friend. All right.
That's so funny.
How funny would that be? Somebody was just
Well,
walking
dude,
around.
you'd be in jail real quick. So
Not if you're a woman.
yes, even if you were a woman, dude, there's a comedian that talked about it. A lady at a bar was playing with herself. It took a while longer to get her kicked out, but yeah, it's. Look,
All
there
right,
are
all right,
some
let's-
things that the norms, you talk about the normie and the laws and the policy. There are some things that it makes a lot of sense on, and that's one of them, right? Like people wearing clothes and not jerking off in public. And anybody that tries to say that humans are animals, I'll debate them anytime. They are not. They act like animals,
Mhm.
but
Okay, let's get
not
back
at
to the
all.
clip. Let's go.
And
Yeah.
and I had the thought, like, why do I do it in hiding? And why, if my mom or somebody walked in, would I be like, oh no, wow? And I was like, I got caught. And then why, after the release, do you go like, oh, well, I'm a
Self-soothing too.
And so I just decided to quit. This was early on when I was at the boys' ranch. I mean, plus I lived with a bunch of dudes, and then I also lived
Okay,
with my
wait.
dad.
Pause for
who
a
had,
sec. Pause for a sec,
divorced.
because we need context. So when he was at the boys' ranch,
Yeah.
can you talk?
So
give a little context, because that didn't sound right with the.
I can fill it in. So yeah, I went to college for general business, and I worked at Wells Fargo Financial, and I worked in the hotel industry and such. And then I had a pretty big life change where I just surrendered my life to Jesus completely 15 years ago, or 16 now. And I wanted to do something to actually help people, and I put like a message out on Facebook. I want to work a job where I'm helping people, not just like giving loans or just serving. I mean, I don't mind serving people at hotels and stuff, but I wanted to do something more meaningful. And an old youth pastor of mine was like, everybody was like, do this, volunteer here, do this. And then this one comment came through and was like, I've got the job for you. And it was my old youth pastor. I knew something was up with that. And he worked at a boys' ranch locally where I just moved back to my hometown. Troubled teens. Half of them were like emotionally disturbed, and half of them were there like gangbangers or got in trouble with the law, and they were put there because they were in trouble. And I was over 16 to 18-year-old guys. I had 5 or 6 of them at a time, and I lived on the ranch half the week, and a partner of mine would live half the other week, and we were basically their caregivers, trying to help them to get jobs, learn how to cook, learn how to take care of themselves, because when they hit 18, they were out on their own. And so that's what I did before I met my wife.
Okay.
Nice.
All
When
right,
we
so-
get into the full conversation, guys, check it out at Phone Booth Podcast.
Yeah, it's just a few seconds left.
I was at the boys' ranch. I mean, plus I lived with a bunch of dudes, and then I also lived with my dad, who had divorced a few years before. So I was basically with broken young guys and a broken dad, and I was helping I was healing, allowing God to heal me, and there wasn't really a lot of opportunity to get aroused and even be tempted.
So this is a good point, because he kind of touches on it, right? He was healing. Later on, we're going to open up a space along with the live, and we're going to talk specifically about domestic violence, but as it pertains to men who are, and I won't say victims because I hate the word victim, who are on the other side of domestic violence, whether it's physical, emotional, verbal abuse. Financial abuse is a major one, and sometimes it's just abuse to the children, because that's really the only way to hurt the man. So nobody really talks about this, or not enough, and men don't ask for help. So we're going to open up a space for that specifically, just talk about it. All right, so JT, I would love to have you back and we actually look at more clips from yours. But I wanted to focus back on Blair specifically.
For sure.
How did you first meet Blair?
I mean, really just bouncing around in the chats, just saying like, hey, brother, what's up? Much love. Just seeing him at the same places I was going as I was, consuming content, seeking the truth. And then just the friendship went beyond just YouTube chats to Discord. And then we met on Telegram, and there were just some encouraging back and forth. I mean, I didn't really know him that well. If you go to YouTube /@RunBostonBear and look for the stream that you might play some clips from tonight.
Should I look for it, JT?
Yeah,
you can. Yeah, just find if you just search Run Boston Bear on YouTube, it'll pop it up. And then if you go to the live tab and scroll down, you'll see Conspiracy Music Guru Alex and Blair and I on an episode, which was great. It's like just an hour. I re-listened to it just a few minutes ago before we got here. And it may have been my first playback. I mean, I think I played some of it after I heard that Blair had passed from Bridget, his girlfriend. But I listened to the whole thing, and it's a great conversation. It was a lot of fun.
It really is. It really is.
And we were really even with Alex, I was getting to know Alex. Alex was actually being able to talk with Blair, because even though they worked on a song together, they didn't really converse much more than that. And so it was just 3 people hanging out. I worked many hours on the edit, even though it's not a professional edit. I just used Canva and did the music video and lyrics for the video. And so the music video, Blair wrote the lyrics. and I guess the music for, but then Conspiracy Music Guru rocked it.
And after this, we're gonna play that too. So it was the intro music to this, guys. If you missed it, we kind of put it on soft too for all the normies out there, so you don't really hit them too hard. But we'll show the full music video with the cuts and with the lyrics.
Nice.
What is this? I have only but 2 days, the day I die and the day of judgment, Saint Augustine.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but Titus is a legend, good friend, been in the chats a long time, just promoting truth, being straight, solid. So, yeah, thanks for sharing anything you got, Titus.
Should I
Said my
play
condolences
something?
to the family?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I mean, that's what it's all about, is just keeping his memory alive and his character. He definitely was a man of character. Like, I mean, from what I know, like, he would get up at 3 a.m. every morning to meditate and essentially pray, just to get himself ready for the day. And he took a lot of... So he used to work in Hollywood, and we get into it in the episode. And then he just quit it all together once he realized he was in the belly of the beast. He was completely unscathed because this dude vibrated so high. Just the nicest guy. And then he ended up working at a local grocery store, and he would take pride in just working with people and serving the community. And the way he spoke about it, it was just, I don't know, it was just really inspiring, because he made the most out of every connection, everybody that he came across, and he tried to be very present. But he's also, it's funny because he's very introverted, so he doesn't talk unless spoken to, and he specifically spoke about that. I don't know if it's this episode or the other, but once you open him up, like, he's just like an open book. So yeah,
Okay.
Go ahead, just play any random clip there, I think, unless there's something specific, JT, that...
So not from the beginning.
Anywhere, whatever.
I'm in the middle. Can you move me to the side?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't even like being in the middle.
And I got a little bit of feedback, but it's not bad. I'll let you know if I hear feedback. So, guys, I don't even know. Like, I worked on the song. I had lyrics. I had a page of lyrics, and I had the song. And I tried my best to marry them with a video, kind of a visual pleasing in Canva presentation, which I'll show you. But I want to know, like, Blair, how did you come up with the lyrics, or how long have you been messing with music? I know you have a history in Hollywood. Like, I don't even know you. And then how did you get to working with this legend?
Yeah, well, the story is, it's all a really long story. The song I wrote, I've been writing music my whole life. I've been in a band since I was like 15 years old. When I was a kid, when you're a kid, phone, take a drink of water, and you grow up in Los Angeles, in the 80s, I wanted to be Eddie Van Halen, so that was my dream. Became obsessed with Van Halen. Actually, the first thing when I heard Rush, I wanted to be Neil Peart. I wanted to be a drummer. So then I heard Van Halen, and I just wanted to be a rock star. Every kid in LA, I had two loves, the two loves of my life, two great passions. It was music and basketball. And in the 80s, it was Van Halen, and there was the LA Lakers. And it was just, I don't know how sports you guys are, how much into the basketball, but huge. Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You grew up, my family was into the Lakers. I grew up in a sports family, a Los Angeles family. Just everything about LA, you grew up in it, and just your whole life is just LA. But it's insane growing up in LA. Like, every TV show, every movie you see, like in the 70s and 80s, that was my neighborhood. Like the Karate Kid. I'm sure we've all seen the Karate Kid. Like, that was my life. They filmed that in the street over. It's the dojo that he trained in. I actually went to Taekwondo. They used the studio. My instructor is in the back, in the picture in the back room. Like, it's weird, insane growing up in Hollywood. I wasn't in the business. My family wasn't in the business. My dad just did, he was in auto parts and did food delivery. So we weren't in the business at all, but just you're surrounded by, in my neighborhood, Michael Jackson lived down the street from me.
Wow.
Like I was a little kid. This is what year? This is Off the Wall. Right before off the Wall. He's a little kid. So he lived down the street in Haven. This is in Encino, California.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, not too far from where Rose 777 lived. She lived in Sherman Oaks, which is the next town over. She kind of gets. I heard she grew up. So same neighborhood, same area. So there's another musical family. I forgot what their name was. Another musical family, famous, and Michael Jackson would walk to their house, and he would pass our house. Little Michael Jackson, and he would pet our dog, and my mom would go, "You know who that was?" I was a little kid, 6 years old.
That
was Michael Jackson. Oh, cool. That was just how we grew up. And my sister went to school with Janet Jackson and Lisa Bonet, and my little pop football coach was remember Tim Conway? Remember the Carol Burnett show? Famous comedian Tim Conway. He was my football coach. So just you grow up in this insane fantasy world of Los Angeles. Anyway, so started writing songs, got in bands. But there was something about, I always liked political twists on music. I wrote dumb stuff, but every once in a while I would write a political twist of a song or something about truth, or throughout the years.
And you just started writing songs when you were younger, pretty young. You just
15, just started writing bad songs, and eventually you get better at it, and you write more sophisticated stuff. And
can I just say this? Isn't it weird that we live in a time like this is like a hangout between you three, right? But it's filmed, and you can kind of revisit it. Isn't it weird in a way? Like,
it's absolutely amazing.
That moment is captured.
Yeah.
I guess that's the positive with our modern internet world, that we can capture moments like this, Isn't it? It's weird.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Right?
Yeah,
absolutely. You can kind of relive it.
Rock bands, and we played, we were essentially Van Halen clones, super derivative, nothing, new. But we played all the LA clubs and the Roxy, and did the whole scene. And I had long hair, and I never did the glam thing, never wore more makeup, never did that, no spandex, but all that stuff. But it was around, and it was just insane.
Yeah. Well, if I was to put your story on pause just to catch me up with Alex, and also I'm curious about if your parents were musicians or not. I'm mostly curious, Alex, if you, from just a young age, had were you passionate about music, or did it come on later? Because I don't know your story there with music.
Yeah, I mean, I come from a musical family. I mean, I say musical family. My dad was an organist, and he was in a band with all of his brothers, all of my uncles. None of them read music. They were just doing it all by ear, and they were sort of doing the working men's clubs and the bars and all that, in the 70s, late 70s and early 80s. So we always had an organ in the house or a piano. So I started tinkling on the piano at about 4 years old. So I've been playing piano for, ever since I could almost speak, just playing, chopsticks, the basic stuff and that. And so, yeah, music was always, in our life, and the band would often practice at my house. So I would often get to see the bass player and the drummer and, and just see that whole dynamic. And then just, for a kid, seeing a guitar, a shiny guitar and a drum kit and all this, whoa, that's cool as shit, man. And I didn't pick up a guitar till I was 21. I've been playing piano and keys up to that point, and then I decided to pick up the guitar at 21. And because I already knew what chords were and chord progressions, and I knew what chords to go to, and I already had an idea of melodies and stuff like that. So when I picked up the guitar, I sort of advanced pretty quickly with it, really. So then I had the guitar and the keyboard, and so I could do pianos and keys and blah blah blah. So yeah, I've done lots of pub gigs and strumming and singing in pubs and clubs and that, and I never got into music production. I was always just performing live, and I didn't even know that computers could record music at this point, And when I came across sort of digital audio workstations that I could record, I could sing into a microphone, and the laptop can record it, and then I could do another track, and that records, and I got infinite amount of tracks. My mind just went, this is incredible. Like, so
Here we
when I
go.
got into
Yeah.
that, I was doing ringtones initially, and then I got into, to cut a long story short, I got into, just making my own songs. And when I made my first proper songs, they were actually more conspiratorial, because that's kind of when I was getting into truth, was when I first started learning digital audio workstations and recording music through a sound card and all that sort of stuff. And that's just when I was learning truth. So it's a perfect time, really. I've got all of this stuff in my head and I'm figuring out how to record it all. It was great. And I had this massive creative burst because I was doing all of this stuff. And just kind of, it's my awakening in musical form, really. So all of my music, all of my CDs is just me waking. It's my awakening story in music form, really, all of my CDs.
That's awesome.
Man, that's awesome. I'm gonna just bow out of the way. I will say that I played French horn in 5th grade, trumpet in 6th and 7th, a little bit on the piano, like just at church camp, and I can't sing. I mean, I can whistle and hit the notes, but I can't sing for some reason. So I'm now going to step down and let you two guys talk about either how your music progressed from the teen years and 20s, because eventually, Blair, you heard CMG's music and loved it, and then I guess we're bold enough to email him with your idea. I kind of want it to go there so I can play this thing. But take your time.
Yeah. I never learned. I never was trained musically.
Okay, pause for a sec.
Piano,
because JT put it in the comments here as well, so you guys can see the full one here. And then we had
link.
Yeah. And then let's play the song itself that you guys put together. It's about 4 minutes. So you know what, Vince, I sent it to you on direct message through WhatsApp.
Hold on, I think I got it in here. Hold on.
Yeah,
Give me a second.
Because these are the lyrics that he wrote himself. And what's important about this is we hope to get it to his sister. He wrote this specifically for his sister. In my conversations with him, he didn't have the right opportunity to tell his sister about what he was thinking and what he came to know to be true. They were very close, so he thought he'd write her a song, and one day he'll show it to her. I just don't know if he had a chance to or not. So JT and I will try to somehow get in touch with her, and hopefully she sees this too, right?
Yeah,
So
that'd be great.
You want this full screen or how do you want it?
Sure, full screen so we can see the reaction or sorry, the lyrics. Maybe if you just move it slightly down so you can still see our faces. You can cover the chat for a little bit to the right. We can see Blair there. That's sorry. We can see. I keep calling him Blair because the Boston Bear, right?
Yeah. It's okay.
There we go.
Yeah,
it's a compliment, right? All right. Let's see if this will show up. And JT's Boston Bear because he runs the Boston Marathon every year. Yeah.
They say it's easier to fool someone than to convince them that
So Blair wrote it, Alex sang it, and JT cut it together and did the background here.
So can you be open to the possibility that we've all been misled and lied to? Now have you ever actually felt the sweetness?
Nope.
And have you ever
Can't even measure it.
Exactly.
Wasn't the guy yesterday trying to say that he saw water curving and he had math for it?
Oh yeah, FTFE.
Yeah. What an idiot. This is my favorite part right here.
But I sure know what it's not. However, it's finding universe where that vivid galaxies. No magical spinning waterfalls, no Copernicus cosmology.
Yeah, JT did a great job with the Northern Lights.
Does it matter?
there's one thing they told us that's true. Dogs are man's best friend. That's true.
Look at all the time and money that's been spent. There must be something important they're hiding from us about ourselves.
Yep.
So if nothing exploded and scattered across endless space,
Honestly, the lyrics are so good. Like it's like a tutorial.
And it's something when Alex sings these
Yeah,
lyrics,
you
I
can
just
hear the
start
passion.
laughing. Yeah, but I start laughing. I don't know why.
Yeah, send him an email. Tell him I'd give him this link to watch.
Ah, cool.
I know you think it's all nonsense. Just look and you'll find out. There's no
Hey, this is Sam.
evidence of circumference, no calculation or flotation, no confirmation of any motion, no detection of any spell. I'm not
And this part, I love
on
this.
any side, and I'm not on any team.
Doesn't matter.
All I want is truth,
Truth is the truth.
no matter where.
And this hits hard no matter where it leads, right?
Yeah.
There's no creation without
I guess that's why people hate the truth most of the
Yeah.
time, because they don't like what it is.
No, but even I have a feeling God tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Hey, man, let's go." And he needed one more soldier in heaven. So he's up there with Wild One KY, Kentucky Brian. I love how he said, "Talk to your water." Honestly, I think that's the best line to start the conversation with anyone. Talk to your water and just see if they understand what you mean. Talk to your water, and then get into the always lays flat. We got the coffee mug on phoneboothpodcast.substack.com. Coffee always lays flat. That was Ted's genius idea, as well as Vince's Fagman t-shirt, which nobody has bought yet. We don't know why. But if you do buy that t-shirt, Ted will personally send you another one, but you have to buy it and you have to do a selfie.
Well, hold on, let me give you the context of that.
All right.
That's just so that we can be able to say fag again,
course.
because I don't like
Yes.
that they can censor
Show
our
the t-shirt.
minds.
Show it while you say it. Just
Yeah,
so
I don't
people
like.
know.
Yeah, I don't
This
like
is
that
not
they
at
can
all
cens-
homophobic or anything like that. This
No,
is
it's just I want to be able to speak my mind again.
yeah. No word
Because
police.
if they can censor you with any word, then that's the beginning of the end. They're gonna censor more words in your head.
It's a slippery slope.
But this one is
Man.
great. I'll go, JT. Go.
I'm just gonna say, you can keep going on this. I'm just thinking about that song, watching it again now after so much time. It brought up emotions in a different way than I was expecting. Not only because our friend Blair, he's passed on, and people are still healing from that. I mean, I believe he's in a better place. But just the truth-seeking journey I've been on, and you guys have been on. I'm not the same person right now as I am when I made that a year ago. And I've dropped some ideologies, or I've some images, if you will, of
Interesting.
what this place is. Like I kind of had more of the azimuthal view or the Mercator map, and the ice wall sort of burned into my mind. Dave Weiss's app, and it could be that with extended lands and beyond that. But really, honestly, what I've landed on is like I've let go completely of the globe heliocentric model, because that's just
Tarded,
made up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Disney
I mean,
for
but
adults.
it's theoretical. I mean, really, it's theoretical. And as much as we
best.
want to just say it's retarded, there is a dynamic and kinematic equivalence with what the motions of the luminaries above us do on a plane Earth versus a globe Earth. Like there is a equal or an equivalent. But what I'm trying to get to is the globe and flat earth. I've kind of dropped both to just live in the moment, understand this realm is not moving. It is stationary. It's beautiful. And I've just like poured more into people, like looking people in the eyes, meeting them, enjoying the interaction, soul to soul. Like I just got back from Confluence just a few days ago. Alex Zek puts that on, and it was just a week of camping with my family. Everybody went, and you really realize what matters. Like the end of that song, and most of the lyrics were just like, what really matters. And it's not the debate. It's not being right. It's not knowing what this creation is, what this realm is. I know it's beautiful and wonderful. So that was kind of bouncing around in my head. So I don't know if I ran over you on what you're going to show.
No.
but
That's
No.
I just want to say one point on that too, because it sounds like, first of all, you had a lot of healing, right? And you went beyond trying to convince everybody, because we talked about this in our interview, right? When you first awaken, you want to fire hose everybody, especially your loved ones, right? And because it's like, it's the truth and I love you, so why would I keep it from you? But the problem is some people aren't ready. But eventually you get to the point where you're like, wait a sec. Some may never be ready. You can plant those seeds like a mustard seed and hopefully it grows. But in the end, you get back to the why, and then you go beyond the why. And it really, okay, why are we here? If they are lying to us, and this is the land of the inverse, and they invert, subvert, divert, like they do all that, then technically we are here to be of service to others. And we are here to be present and to enjoy God's creation in every moment, right? And I mean, you know, the pictures that you sent me just today, like it just made me so happy, dude, because I think I sent it to you. That's sound money. It's just like when Timbo posts about his kids, like that is money itself. Everybody talks about money. That's just fiat currency. Money is that family and time. It's what you trade your fiat currency to be able to do. And when you can really sit with that, that's when you realize we are wealthy beyond, you know, once we have gratitude for those things.
But it is right, like you said, JT, like we keep growing, right? Like you're not the same guy in that stream. And that's how it's supposed to be. Otherwise, that's why we have this shirt, grow or die. You either grow or you won't. Like there is no in between. If you stay stagnant, you will fall down. Like you have to keep evolving your mind and all that stuff.
And even like JT, since we met, like since that video, and then we had one, and we can show a little bit of a clip for that, because you were all excited because you're like, okay, I got a newbie that just awakened to it. Like, talk about grow or die. Part of that is like I had like 2 or 3 ego deaths since then, and like serious ego deaths where I'm like, why? What is the purpose of this? And now I'm starting to understand more and more. Part of it is because I'm not living in my truth, because I'm still, you know, giving value to these external, I guess, not even judgments, but let's just say opinions of people that I love that just don't see it. So I know you are far beyond that. And it's nice to see that, hey, there's that next goalpost that I can get to, you know? And yeah, it's beautiful to see, man.
Man, I honestly think letting go of more and more and more material things, and kind of like the hopes and dreams of either success or money or stability. Like the American dream is like stability, get your stuff in order, get this and that. And a lot of it is a lie. Like, oh, well, when I meet that girl, or when I'm married, thus and thus long, or have kids, there's always this future when this happens, I'll slow down or everything will be okay. But I think this truth-seeking journey, it's just like, you let go of what the future holds, and you just trust. You trust the Creator. That's what I do. I trust Jesus is going to guide me. The Holy Spirit's going to show me how to interact with people in a way that brings, you know, the Creator glory, not me. So see, much of my life was about bringing me pleasure and me fame, or like this movie was trying to be created in my mind of what I wanted, and basically was my life successful was kind of like, how well am I bringing forth what I'm daydreaming about? And then now it's about, forget all that stuff. Help me to love my wife the best way that I possibly can, so that God says, that's how you're supposed to do that. Trusting, transparent, loving, vulnerable, communicative. And then with my children, I've got 4 kids, 9, 8, 5, and 1. It's like, I want to raise them, not so that they can be the smartest kids in the world or have all this money or get jobs. I want to raise them in the way that Yah would look down and be like, that's how you raise kids. You know what I mean? So it's not glory to me. None of this is for me to be made of me, but it's to be dead to myself, humble, seeking, asking, which way should I go? Like I'm a child. That's what's so trippy about it is you let go of the big boy, dark world wants, and you get back to the basics to where human connection, friendship, a good phone call, old school stuff is what matters more. And like I like that we're highlighting Blair's life and his music and his passion for basketball and his passion for lyricism and writing. And I just think this happening the way it has is such a blessing, and I appreciate you guys having me on like this. It's crazy.
Wow.
Thank you so much for jumping on.
I didn't mean to have a
amazing.
sermon.
No,
but
no,
thank
no.
you.
This was great.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I do believe in a God, but I don't really align to a religion. But that's because in my view, I see it as why isn't it enough to just believing in a God? Like, why is that not enough?
Well, if I was to give a response, and there's a lot of people at Confluence that don't necessarily follow the God of the Bible or Jesus per se, I can only speak on what I did, and the path that I'm on was like surrendering to Jesus 15 years ago. I have friends that follow like the Tao, or they follow different things, and ultimately my response is, I don't know where you guys are going to be in a week or in 5 years. And I don't know if you're going to merge and mingle and find your way to Christ, or if you're going to find a path that works, best with your soul and the Creator. Like, I guess I've let go of that too. So like if you say right then, Vince, I don't really follow a God, a specific, it doesn't trigger me at all. Like I'm not worried. I don't think you're going to go to hell or that you're sinning or that you're wrong. You are just a guy on earth right now in this present moment. And the fact that you're breathing, your heart, your heart is pumping, you have thoughts, you are alive. And if you are alive, you're still growing, you're still learning. And it's like kind of like cookies. We're all baking. I don't think any of us are done yet. So I just pray for you. Right? I literally pray for you and your soul and your heart and your mind to just walk the path out the best you can. Because I think the Creator seeks you. I think He wants a relationship with you in a beautiful way. And that's all I have.
All right. I respect that. Well, I mean, my philosophy is this. We don't know until we know. We don't know until we get there. You could be right,
Mm-hmm.
but there's also a possibility that you could also be wrong. Who the hell knows? We'll see. But in the meantime, we're going to live it through, just like you say, day by day, because that's all we have. That's all we have. Right now.
Yep.
Right now.
Yep, in the moment. And you know what?
Yeah.
People usually trip a little bit when I say this, but if I died and it was different than the path I'm on, like let's say the God of the Bible and Jesus and all that, if it's different than that, I'm not scared. I'm not worried of judgment or anything like that, because I'm trying to live not for myself, but I try to follow the way, like the way that Jesus lived and walked. I try to do that. And then
being a good person, right?
Well, it's not just about being good, because then you have the question, what is good? And everybody has some people have moral relativism, like with the theory of relativity, that's thrown some people into moral relativism, which gets real crazy, because then people have wants and desires that they don't think are evil or wrong. But there is a good and bad, there is a dark and a light, and I can't 100% tell you what all that is, but I do believe the fruits of the Spirit. So like peace, patience, kindness, goodness, and self-control, and basically just love your neighbor and even your enemy, if at all possible, I think with the help of the Holy Spirit. Those things come, I think, as a free gift, or free if you're surrendered to the way. It's not something that you fake. It's not something that you earn. I think over time you're given these gifts of the Spirit.
But JT, that's the one I can't really jump on. Love your enemy.
Yet.
It's like, huh?
Yet.
Well, It doesn't.
I mean, maybe in the
love
other realm.
them.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean like
In this
literally
realm,
be-
I'm fucking hating my enemies. But maybe
Well,
outside
listen,
we're
you have
friends.
to-
Yeah.
You have to understand, if somebody comes into my house and it's 3 a.m. and the doors are locked and they break in, I'm going to protect my family, and they're probably going to get hurt and or killed. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't mean turn the other cheek and let the murderer like take your life. Nothing like that. It's kind of like, so if I got really, really mad right now, really angry, and I hated you, that's as bad as murder in the mind of God. And so I don't want to get that worked up and that angry about anything. I just want to, if I can, be chill, talk it out, keep it on a level.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
yeah.
But yeah, you just, some of the stuff with like love your enemy, it kind of to me is like, if there is an evil dark person out there, I don't love or approve or like anything they're doing that's dark and evil. But the person inside that somehow has gotten off the path, because ultimately any dark evil person was, if you take it back far enough, they were originally innocent and sweet. Something happened where they took paths and made decisions and took roads to where they became psychopaths or killers or murderers. They didn't just do that at age 2. So when I say love your enemies, rebuke them for their sin or stand firm, no, that's not right. But at the same time, with your soul and with your energy and with your love, that person before they were corrupted, if you know what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
Love everybody. That's what I'm trying to say.
AJT,
Yeah.
I think we should definitely get you on the Philosopher King podcast with Jonah.
Yeah, he would love that shit.
Okay.
I don't know if you've caught his. No, because I love your take, and look, you're not even triggering Vince. He usually gets triggered by Christians. As a
yeah.
Christian, if you start with as a Christian, like he'll cut you off right away.
Well, let me say why. Let me say
Okay.
why.
Go for it.
I really believe in like individuality, like uniqueness. I think we all are unique if we can become real enough with ourselves and unlock our true uniqueness. I think we all can be like fantastic individuals in every way. But I just have a problem when it becomes like a cult thing, because now I have to it feels at least that I have to leave my individuality and whatever that is and merge with some hive thing. And it's just something that bugs me with that, because I believe God gave us free will for a reason, to use it for something. But if I'm gonna let that go and just align with a group, no matter what group it is, that is what I have a problem with. Because when I talk to JT, I want to know what JT thinks.
Yeah.
But if JT says, well, according to our group, this is what I think, I don't know.
It makes
I'm a
sense.
very
That makes
individual
sense.
type of.
So just on this point, I'm gonna bring up one more music video which touches on this point, and this one makes me. I mean, it makes me emotional at times because of the lyrics. If you listen to the lyrics, it talks about how I used to think that I was somehow unique, like a wonderful snowflake. But then I realized that I was actually a part of a greater machine, like a cog. So I'm going to send it to you in WhatsApp. This is it's called Helplessness Blues. So it's coming in your direct message on WhatsApp, Vince.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this one I actually sang in karaoke on one of Sheila's spaces.
What is the name of the song?
It is called Helplessness Blues.
Okay.
Right there. And I don't know. It ends off with this thing that always gets me teary-eyed, because it says, if I had an orchard, I would work it till I'm raw. And that like gives me tingles, because it's like, once you realize what this realm is, this is our orchard. And to JT's point, like, if you knew this was like, you are so much more powerful than the powers that be want you to, rather than fight them because that's what they want you to do, why not just work the orchard? So let's.
And before we play, I just
Sure.
want to add this also. To me, I'm like, okay, we got these big religions and they all believe in their own God. But
Yep.
there is only one God. They should all be united against the real enemy, which is Satan or whatever that is, like the
Yeah.
other part. But instead, we have these big groups that might clash and kill each
You're
other
right.
in the name of God, and then Satan will be laughing at
You're right.
those. Like,
It is all divisive when
See,
you really
God?
think about it.
this is how
My
I'm
God.
fooling your people. They're killing each other, thinking they're doing good. Ha!
So,
Got
so
you.
currently,
Huh?
Vince, currently I'm at the point where I think the real enemy is within. And I don't believe anything anymore. I just think, I know, and I have faith. I think the real enemy is within. And that's if everybody just watered their own grass, just stood on their square and made it the best possible square, everybody else around you rises.
I think
What?
those are some good thoughts. I want to make a single comment as well.
Two.
So Vince, where you may align or I may align with you in a way that you don't expect is, I don't really want to be known as a Christian, trademark Christian, quote unquote. I want to be known as a follower of the way, the truth, and the life. And that's different. It's very different than just Christian as a religion organization, because there are all the major religions. And I think that within Christianity, there has been like psyops and some twistings and some inversions, if you will, because so many things have been inverted. So I'm not foolish enough to think that, believe in Christianity and you're set. I think it's deeper than that. I think it's very, very personal. Like my personal relationship with Jesus is not going to church every Sunday, checking a box, reading the Bible a certain way,
Yeah.
or quoting scripture a certain way. It's like very intimate and real. Like I literally want to bring glory to God with how I live every single moment, how I interact. And that's why I don't trigger people really, because I can also say, I could be wrong. And I can also say, I love you right where you're at. You don't have to change a thing. You don't have to like convert to Christianity for me to like you more. I like you because you're beautifully and fearfully made. You're unique, your voice, your face, who you are. Like you have a fingerprint that no one else has, your face no one will ever have. So I want to be friends with you and close to you. And not judge you. So you won't hear very many Christians say, I don't want to judge. It's the last thing I want to do, because
I respect
I've
that.
been in the
I
dark,
respect
you know what I
that.
mean? So
And Vince,
it's cool.
One more
I
thing,
respect that.
he's pretty humble, but look behind him. Look at all those fucking medals, dude. This is a
They're not
man.
Is that
Mine.
medals?
Those
That's-
are all medals. It's a
No,
man
that's my wife's.
Oh, those
this
are your
is
wives?
And this is my children.
Yeah.
And then this is my
Damn.
pile, and those are my Bostons. But yeah, I mean, it's just racing.
That is discipline
Is
right
it
there.
in
And
running, or
discipline
what
is
is it?
freedom.
Like-
freedom.
I got a 200-mile bike ride. I've got 7
Damn.
Ironman, like the full Ironman, and half Ironman, and different triathlons, and then a lot of running.
Shit.
Yeah,
Right?
but I love it. I feel like it's a gift to run, and I do it to the fullest of my ability.
So you got like some kick-ass cardio or something.
I ran Boston on Monday the 20th, just 9 days ago. I ran my 14th
Dude.
Boston Marathon in a row.
Dude.
Nuts.
Anyway,
And
all glory to God.
you did Antarctica too, right? Like you ran
No,
that
I
one.
wanted to, bro.
Oh,
I
you
wanted to go
didn't
run
end
that
up doing
one.
it. Okay, all right.
It's $22,500, and we had a 4th child, so it was like,
Yeah.
and I had
Yeah,
injury, so like
priorities,
injury in my
yeah.
lower leg. Didn't have that cash. I started to fundraise. I got like 2 or 3 small donations, which I'll give back. I told people I'd give it back if you reach
Yeah.
out to me. Anyway,
Just
I
keep
do
it for
wanna
next
go.
year, man. We
I do
need
wanna
you
go.
to see that 24-hour sun.
I want to go, man.
Hold on, should we read some chats?
Well, he had a
before-
song for us, right? Right, lads?
Yeah, play
Wow.
the song and then let's read the chats. We'll
Okay.
catch
Thanks,
up to
brother.
that. And guys, hang out in the chat. Like we're gonna open it up with a space as well. Vince has figured out how to marry them together, and we'll give out mics as well because we're gonna get into another topic. So we'll do this song. We'll read some chats, and then we'll go back and show some more clips of Blair. And
Okay.
hopefully people get to know him better. And yeah.
Let's go.
Have you heard this one, JT?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It's a little bit low.
I was raised up believing I was somehow unique.
Can you put captions on this?
Like a
Does it allow you?
snowflake, distinct among
No.
snowflakes,
Okay.
unique in each way you can see. And now after some thinking, I'd say I'd rather be A functioning cog in some great machinery serving something.
And this is who?
beyond me.
Fleet
But
Foxes.
I
Fleetwood Foxes.
don't know what that will be. I'll get back to you someday soon. You will see.
And I like that it's called Helplessness Blues, because sometimes you don't know what's my purpose. He talks about it here.
What's my name? What's my station? Oh, just tell me what I should do. I don't need to be kind to the armies of night that will do such injustice to you. Or bow down and be grateful and say, sure, take all that you see. To the men who move only in dimly lit halls and determine my future for me. And I don't know who to believe. I'll get back to you someday soon. You will see. If I know only one thing, it's that everything that I see of the world outside is so inconceivable. Often I barely can speak. Yeah, I'm tongue-tied and dizzy, and I can't keep it to myself. What good is it to sing helplessness blues? Why should I wait for anyone else? And I know you will keep me on the shelf. I'll come back to you someday soon.
And it changes up here. So Vince, what I love is this goes with grow or die. What's the use of singing a helplessness blues? To wallow in self-pity, right?
I just hope YouTube doesn't take down the stream by this song, but
Well, if we talk about it, maybe pause.
yeah.
Yeah, pause. We can talk about it a little bit because it
Yeah.
changes up right here. This is the part that I said that gives me tingles. And this is not normally my type of music, but when I heard it, it just made a lot of sense because I never thought of it that way, that I am a cog in a much greater machine, almost like
Oh,
a
yeah.
bee, right?
We
And-
all are.
Yeah.
Like
And-
we might be doing something that we might not even see. Like the change will happen like 100 years from now or something, like 50 years or 20 years. You might not even be here for that thing that has been affected from you. Like
or
what you
it
did.
might be just as simple as the kindness you show, a smile to a stranger, right? A compliment. When you feel like you see
Yeah.
something and you're like, should I say something? Yes, say it. If it's positive,
Yeah.
why not say it?
Oh yeah.
100%.
Because
And
think
then
about
I've
it.
seen-
Sorry, I was
Go-
just gonna say, like, let's say
Go
you're
ahead.
at a drive-through, right? And you see somebody and it seems like they're having a bad day, and you just meet them with kindness. Just that little act of kindness, that person could go home and their child comes with, some sort of creative work to them. And because of that act of kindness, maybe they are just that much nicer to their child, which then leads to something great. So you never know the ripple effect.
Yeah. Go
Yeah,
JT.
absolutely. And I was just gonna say, I see Mindshock often say fair use, fair use. He pauses it, just says fair use. We're reviewing it. Like I wanted to say, I heard the lyrics, bow down and be grateful, and I was like, yeah. That's me. Like I want to just humble myself, let the pride and the ego go, let my intentions or like my desires just go, and I found myself to be super grateful in every single moment for life. Like I said earlier, if I'm breathing and my heart's beating and I'm thinking, there's a lot to be grateful for because I'm alive. I'm living. See, the world wants to program us that if we, just basically to be divisive and sad and depressed and you don't have this and materialism, etc. But really, when you slow down and you just walk outside barefooted and just look at nature and call your best friend or call your mom or whatever connect with somebody, just do it. That's living and that's life, and that's the stuff that's worth it that you are going to take with you. You can't take any of the material stuff. So there's another little sermon.
And even on that, point, and dude, just keep bringing them the sermon. You're just speaking truth. It's not a sermon.
yeah.
Vince, I
Yeah.
copied you on something with Trump. Vince is the biggest Trump fan, and at times I will give it to him. Did you see the picture with the bee, where the bee landed on Trump? Because
No? What's
so I
that?
tagged you on it.
Mhm.
Vince is not very good at Twitter. I'll try to find it. So basically, a bee landed on his hand while King Charles was there. King Charles has
Uh-huh.
his mouth wide open as Trump is
Uh-huh.
looking at it. Melania is right beside him. And I tagged you specifically on that tweet saying, hey, that's a good sign. Because the fact that a bee would land on the man means his energy is he's vibing high.
Okay, where is that tweet?
And now he wants to see it.
Yeah.
Look at your notifications. You don't get tagged in a lot of stuff. So I tagged you specifically, and I'll find it here as well.
Because Laz has the most annoying
Just calm down.
posts ever.
So
like
what?
there's so much stuff going on with
Okay,
the
look.
icons and links and
Okay, look.
videos. It's
Look,
like
there's a method to my madness. You guys get on me, and I don't do this for followers. I don't do it for impressions. I do it so that one person that sees it can easily catch like other stuff as well. So there's a method to my madness, and the hashtags and the emojis, and
it's an annoying madness. Yeah.
it is what it is. It's my OCD, and now it's
Really
it's full
annoying
blown.
one.
It's full blown.
It's a fucking annoying one.
But
But
you
okay,
know-
wait, I don't see it on my
But just
notifications.
look at. Okay, so I'm gonna find it specifically. I can. This is the beauty. I can search.
Like, do you have
I
something in the title?
I will find it. I just said Trump good. No, it's. I think it's a good omen. Now, it's not to say
Listen,
that.
JT, I just want to say why. I get it. Trump might be evil. He might be just as a puppet like the rest of them. But what if he's not? So I'm just doing a hopium kind
A
of
lot of-
deal.
a lot of
you know?
people say
I
he's
put
not.
I put this hopium and hope for the best. And if it's not, then I have not lost anything anyways, because I already expected things to go south, meaning the dystopian potential hell that is coming up with AI pretty quickly in a few years. Like, we're talking in a few years, this might turn into literal hell. I'm ready for that, but I'm willing to delusionalize myself in the meantime to have a better time until hell comes, you know? And
Okay.
Yes.
yeah, anyways, that's my
an
philosophy.
option. It's a choice. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to
try to-
have a good time.
So I sent it to your direct message. Maybe let's finish the song. Go slightly back because this is where it
got it.
changes to the, and then we'll show that as well. I think it's safe to finish it out now. Go back just slightly. Right here. If I had an orchard.
AI dystopia, my body is almost ready.
You would wait tables in the Simran store. Gold hair in the sunlight, my light in the dawn. If I had an orchard, I'd work till I'm sore. If I had an orchard, I'd work till I'm sore.
And this last part reminds me of Bill the other night when he's like, I'm on TV on Mainstream Monday. Just listen to the lyric here.
Someday I'll be like the man on the screen.
And it just ends.
That's it.
Yeah, someday I'll be like the man on the screen.
I mean,
Whatever
I guess
that
we're
means to
all
you.
on the screen today. Everybody's on the screen today.
Yep. Anyway, thanks for entertaining that. Now let's see why Trump is gonna say it today.
So a bee landed in his hand, and that's a good sign.
I think that's a very good sign. First of all, that he's not smacking it. So bees coming around you to me is a very good omen. One of my favorite books is The Alchemist, and it talks about omens like butterflies. And it says specifically, not everything is a sign. So sometimes you just move on, but the world will speak to you and it shows signs. I don't know. I thought this moment it's a positive sign.
Look at Melania. She's like, what the fuck? And this guy,
Yeah, his mouth wide open. That guy, I
that
think
guy is the
I
devil.
think he's the devil. Yeah.
All right.
That's why he's surprised, because he knows a bee would never land on him. He'd probably smack it.
Yeah,
I
he
think
would.
there's something with him, dude. Wait a second. So he's the one that was married to Princess Diana, right?
Yeah.
So the fittest flat earther thinks that Melania is Princess Diana. So them side by side like that is. We're not going to
Yeah.
get into that right now.
I don't think so. What do you think, JT? Do you think so?
Oh man, who knows with these people always changing masks and changing faces and coming back
That
from
is
the
true.
dead? Like
If they're
I don't
fallen
know.
angels, I mean,
Well, I mean, yeah. It's hard to know. I don't make very many claims if I don't know. It's all interesting. I think all of it's
Yeah.
fascinating, but yeah, I don't know.
because
mean,
Trump
some
was
of them,
very
huh?
interested in Princess Diana way back,
Wow.
which,
That'd be
which is
something.
odd. Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so some chats, and then
Yeah, let's go.
we go to some Blair clips.
Yeah. And somebody asked you specifically, I forget how your run went. Maybe they didn't hear.
Oh yeah,
So-
yeah. Just 306. Like usually I'm like 250 to 255, but I had a lower leg kind of inflammation. I wasn't able to train as much. My longest run was 12 miles on the 22nd of the month before, and then biggest mileage in the week was 38 miles. So like it's crazy that I was able to perform. I basically just took old man strength and just the mental knowledge of like what does it mean and how do you push yourself without the training. But I was blessed and I was able to maintain the energy and I qualified to go back the following year. It was beautiful when it kind of shouldn't have been. Usually the wheels fall off at mile 18 or 20 and the last 6 miles are grueling, but that wasn't the case. It was the wind at my back all day, 45 degrees, maybe 47 degrees. It was beautiful.
Do you listen
for
to
asking.
music while you're running, or is that distracting?
Actually, no, I do. I usually listen to audiobooks and podcasts, and like there's so much content to try to digest. And
Yeah.
I usually listen to it at like 1.75 or 2 times
Podcast
the
at
speed.
Substack.com.
175. Do you say that?
Or two.
Speed.
I can listen to Witsit streams because he does like 3-4 hour streams. I listen to Witsit streams at 2 times the speed and catch everything. But I do. Your question about music. So little side tangent, and I want everyone to check this guy out. Many people have seen the video Ren, Hi Ren,
Yes.
REN. That video has 65 million views. It's amazing how the dark side is talking to the light side and they're arguing and stuff. But I never did a deep rabbit hole, like Ren rabbit hole. Dude, if you go to his discography, man, he's got so many different styles and sounds, and he plays guitar, self-taught on the guitar, plays piano, makes his own beats, edits most of his own videos. He's an independent artist that really has had a hard time with his health over time. I mean, you could call me a renegade for sure. Like, I'm a follower, I'm a fan. And then before that was like the Big Push, a lot of busking. And if you just look up Ren and just check out all his albums, stay on the ones you like. If you don't like it, just go to the next one because it might sound like a completely different artist. He can sing like Ed Sheeran, he can rap.
Yeah.
Anyway,
He's-
so I
he's-
listened to
listen to that,
all of
yeah.
Ren's albums in a row, like 4 or 5 of them, the whole run, and it was the most electric, energy-giving choice of the day.
We can start off with Ren for the space because it ties in really well. There's one particular one. I'll find the song that'll tie into our, because our space later on is going to be around domestic abuse towards men, because a lot of men don't ask for help and they usually sacrifice and stay in something even when it's highly abusive, and nobody cares. It's like, well, what
Yeah.
did you do? So-
What's up, $5? Yeah, forgive 70 times 7. I don't know what that means, but
Well, so there's a Bible verse that asks, "Should I forgive a man 7 times?" And Jesus said, "No, forgive him 70 times 7." And it didn't mean literally keep mathematical track of forgiving. It just means like keep forgiving, forgive again, forgive again, forgive again. And I think that that's good because I don't have any beef or any contention or regrets, or no one owes me an apology. I owe no one an apology for my entire life. But because people that hold on to animosity, or they build tension, or they hate, or they don't like that guy or whatever, it really hurts you. I think it hurts the person.
Absolutely. It's like wanting to give someone poison, but you swallow it yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
yeah, I get that. Yeah. Vince feels differently about gay stuff now too. What do you mean by that?
You know,
Just poking at you.
the first thing he wants to do when he comes to Canada or the US is go to a gay bar. So I mean,
What?
I'll go with him and I'll hold your hand.
When did
So
that,
nobody
when
hits
the
on you.
hell did I
Dude,
say that?
you specifically said you want, and I told you I'll take you down Church Street here, so you can explore your.
Okay, I don't know. I don't have no recollection of that. But for the
Would
record,
I make it up?
Yeah, you can make shit up.
I don't make shit up.
Sometimes, you
I
can
do.
make
I
shit
do.
up.
But this
Yeah,
one I
so-
didn't make up. This one I
well-
said, sure, dude. Like,
We love to joke about gay shit, but I'm straight as a cucumber.
I
What
know
do say?
you are. I know
Straight
you
like a-
are. But at the same time,
Yeah, but
I-
it
I
sounds
don't think
pretty
you've been-
weird when you say like he said when he want to come to Canada,
that's-
he's the
But
first
that's
thing he
what
wants
you
to do is
said.
go
That's
to
what
a
you
gay
said. You
bar.
said, let's go to a gay bar. And I was like, all
Well,
right.
if I said that, it was probably a fucking joke.
I
Okay?
can't tell. I can't tell Swedish
Yeah.
humor, dude. So,
all right,
so we're
okay.
going. As far as I know, when you come, we're going and we're holding hands.
Well, I'm trying to get to the U.S. I'm not that interested in Canada. No offense,
Dude,
I-
first
I
of
want-
all, Toronto is the 4th largest city in North America. So it's like US light. You know, you can warm
yeah,
up to
but
it.
I don't want the light. I want U.S. heavy.
Just go straight to Texas then, buddy. Get a gun.
Dude,
not that-
come to Confluence next year. I want both y'all at Confluence if you can come. It's amazing.
What's
People
that?
come from all over.
What is that?
Confluence. Alex Zeck puts it on, and I dropped the link earlier. Confluenceevent.com, and it's just people coming together to seek truth. There's quite a few of like medical truth seeking, like what actually causes people to get healing. You know, they're mostly their terrain. They believe in terrain, not virus or whatever. A lot of flat earthers are there. Just honestly, it doesn't matter what you believe to be true. If you're there, you're connecting. Like, and it's on a regenerative farm, so you have to walk like a quarter mile every time you're going to a different talk, because there's 3 different like stages that people talk on, and you have to basically create your own adventure where you look at a talk and you look for which one you want, and you just kind of map out your week, and then you're camping and you're hanging out. There's some RVs there as well. There's a magnesium pond where everybody gets in the like very magnesium rich water. And this is our 2nd year in a row to go with my whole family, and it's very worth it. It's very powerful.
That shit sounds cozy. Yeah.
So they actually did this thing where they were blindfolded, and they were. So maybe you want to talk to it, like your kids had that experience about actually seeing blindfolded.
So last year I heard about the blindfold vision test, and I was like, my kids didn't do it, and I didn't know what it was really about. It was something about them being able to perceive or see the colored sheets in front of them with like definitely blindfold on. It's like a plastic shield with foam, and it's comfortable. When you have it on, it doesn't really feel like anything's on your face. When I put it on, it's pitch black, totally black. No light gets in, even in midday. And the colors, very, very vibrant colors. And my daughter was sitting in front of me, and at first, I held it up like, that, and she couldn't really see, but she just relaxed. And then a pinhole developed in her left eye, and she said, Daddy, I'm seeing with my right eye, but it was positionally near her left eye. Another kid said that they were seeing out of their chin, and then my son couldn't do it, But I was showing her all the colors, and she was getting every single one right, like boom, boom, boom. She kind of had to angle her eye a certain way, and I thought when I first heard about it, I was like, I don't know about that. That's just kind of, I don't know how that would work. But sitting in front of my own children, and all three of them, the 9, the 8, and the 5-year-old, they were able to perceive what the color was in front of her. And then one more story, I told Edith, the one that was putting it on, she's like, oh, give her the colored cups. So she had a bunch of random colored cups, and she said, have her stack these colored cups in order of color. And there was a purple one in there where the other sheets, she went through it multiple times. She didn't know that I was going to bring a new color. This was crazy. So she was doing red and orange, and she was stacking yellow and yellow. I mean, blindfolded the whole time. And then she held one up, and I said, what do you think that is? Or what color is that? And she looked away, and she looked back. She said, is it purple? And it was. And so, I don't know what the listeners are going to think of that, but I saw it, and I couldn't see through it. It was quite amazing to see.
That's crazy. What do you think has made it so that they can have that ability?
I don't know. It's usually the younger, like children. Adults can do it. I couldn't at all. Because if you think about it, if I have a bright red sheet, obviously the redness is there and the information is being transferred, right? The red is going out through the light. Now, the eyes are covered completely. The question would be, is there anything else in the mind or in the heart, soul, or the skin
can pick up
receiving
on
the information?
something.
But my son, he couldn't do it. Like, he was bummed. He was just kind of throwing a fit because my daughter was doing really well, and he was just not getting it. But I noticed that she had to kind of be at a particular angle. I said, okay, son, just relax. Look, if you don't get it, don't worry. It doesn't even matter, okay? Just relax. Take a deep breath. And I said, I'm going to hold this up right in front of you, and I want you to move your head around a little bit and just see. And then while he was doing that, he got 2 pinholes, like a little pinhole. And when I say pinhole, they literally act like they can just see a little pinhole through. And he even inspected the mask. Like, he was like, did a literal hole develop in my shield? And it hadn't, but it was working for him, and then he could do it. So it's pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, that sounds amazing, huh?
If you think about it, I mean, we all have this field that goes out. So it might just be something coming in our field, and it just feels the energy. Because in the end, even your science, mainstream science, pseudoscience, whatever you want to call it, says that we can only focus if you put your thumb out right in front of you like this. We only focus on our thumbnail at any given time. Everything else our mind makes up. Literally. So no matter what you're looking around you, the mind just creates it, and you think you're seeing it, but it's the mind. So that's why, projecting your reality is, there's something to it. So I personally think that this is in the realm of possibilities, and I'm glad that you shared that, because now I'm gonna try to research that a little bit more. I want to eventually astral travel.
What's up,
That'd be
Casey?
cool.
What's up, Puppy? What's up, Donald? What is this?
Yeah, it's awesome, all the chats we're getting.
Yeah, somebody said something earlier about you growing, like they were giving you a shout out about what you're doing.
But yeah, I think that was Corey. Yeah, because I was talking about the planting the seed, the mustard seed, and funny, even the stairs, dude. I wasn't gonna do the stairs. I just usually do these like zone 2 workouts. And then day 1, I saw like this old lady going up the stairs. She was at the top, and I'm like, man, if she can do it, let me just go up. And I followed her up, and I thanked her. I said, hey, I came up here because you doesn't speak a lick of English. She had a mask on with the nose out, but I just kind of showed her like thumbs up that I ran up. And when I ran up, I'm like, okay, this is not that bad, because I thought I was out of shape. So I said, let me try 2 next day. And then, dude, I got to the point where I'm like, all right, well, where do I stop? Should I stop at 5? And then, so it was Pandora was like, no, do 1 more. And I'm like, all right, I'll do 6, because Pandora said 6. And just today, dude, as I'm talking to you, and I'm like, I'm at 7, and I showed it to you, you're like, I wish I was there to do the last 3 with you. And that just invigorated me. Like, yeah, I did the last 3.
I want to see you battle JT on a sprint.
No, dude. That's not even like, dude, he would crush me. I've never been a runner. I hate running. That's why I have to stack it with like podcasts, with like all sorts of stuff. But you can hack it. That's the beauty. So there's
there was
something
a
to it.
zombie apocalypse, you would be, they would be eating off of you
No, dude,
while
no, no, no.
JT is like off. To
Dude, you're forgetting something. Zombie apocalypse, you got to take off their heads with one blow. So I could do that with like blunt objects. JT would run. And he could run for days, but I could fight them one by one.
You could.
But together,
So,
can you imagine us together? Right? He could like circle around them, come in the back, just like give him like a ninja sword. I would just distract them.
Sword. Okay, let me see some of the comments that are more recent. Shit, hold on. Let me start from the beginning. I mean, from the end. I mean,
Yeah, start from the end, go backwards. We'll get through them.
Question the answers. It's been a fun listen. Right on. Question the
That's
answers.
awesome. Yeah, we hope
He's a
you
good
come back.
friend. He only lives about 2 hours from me. I've never met him.
Really?
But we're gonna meet in person. He probably lives like hour 45 away.
Nice. That's
Uh,
the beauty of this. It's hard to understand that you make friends on the internet, right? At least for the normies, it's like, man, like these are strangers, and I'm like, I know these people better than I do people in my real life that are fucking fake. These people are real, very authentic.
yeah, I don't know, Peace Jan, but because I haven't heard from him. My brother is in Iran, and there is a war. So, and the Iranian fucking government, they've shut down internet and the phone calls for like 2-3 months now. I don't know what the fuck. So I don't know, but I appreciate you asking, Peace Jan. Check out the Way Forward group as well. Oh, that's you, Rustam.
Cool community, yeah,
Boston.
definitely.
Yeah.
Drop that in my chat.
What's up, Templar? I see screen tearing all the time. Doctors thinks it's just SCZ. What do you mean screen tearing in your view? Do you get like these almost they look like lightning sometimes? I've gotten those in the eyes sometimes. It becomes like lightning for a few minutes, 5 minutes, and then it goes away. I don't know if that's what you mean with screen tearing.
Could it be from all the screen time, guys?
No, I had that before the screen time era.
Okay.
It's just maybe something, some vitamin or something that you're bad on. I don't know, low on.
We are playing with a product, guys. Just playing with the idea, and we'll see if we can bring it to fruition to help phone addiction. So stay tuned for that.
That's gonna be hard, but I guess nature is the only thing that can solve that, because nature does have some effect.
So yes, but the problem is when you're by yourself and you go to grab and your phone's not there. Have you ever noticed that? Like when you're just so if you had something to grab other than your nuts, because that leads to other vices. So
Yeah. Let me see. Consciousness is the sight of the mind. What do you guys say?
absolutely.
Interesting.
There's a really interesting video from KRS-One. Did you guys ever see it where he talks about consciousness? Let me see if I can find it. I'll bring it up. But it's
Dude,
I've
while
never.
you're locating that one, Mark Gober, I've always shouted him out. I met him at Confluence. So Confluence 2025, he spoke and presented because he wrote the book The End to the Upside Down Cosmos. And if you just go to markgober.com, Gober, he's done many books. The End to the Upside Down Medicine, The End to the Upside
This
Down
is the Princeton
Thinking.
guy, right?
And yeah, Princeton guy, and he has one on consciousness. He's very, very into consciousness. Before this whole truth awakening for him, he just figured he was just a material dude, just seek what you can seek, and now he's much more alive like we are. It was cool to meet him in person there, and I'm pretty good friends with Dr. Stephen A. Young. I just call him Steve. Now we chat on Telegram quite a bit. He wrote A Fool's Wisdom, and that's the guy that has a master's in physics and a PhD in nuclear theoretical physics, wrote that book, A Fool's Wisdom, and knows we don't live on a spinning, wobbling Earth. He knows we're stationary. So that's cool stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right on, Flatman Boff, or what is it? Flatman Bo.
No, it's Flatman B official.
Yeah, I see
can do-
white dots and black dots. Yeah, go JT. What was
I was
you
just gonna say he can do a mean Trump impression. Like maybe he can jump on the space later and give you a Trump.
that would be fun.
Impression. It's pretty good. Makes me laugh.
Well, I think he's gonna go to sleep though. Let me see. Gotta go
that's
to
okay.
sleep.
That's okay.
Maybe another time.
No, now he's got to stay up. That's simple. He's got to stay up. We got to
Fucking
hear this
lads.
Trump. We got to hear this now, man. You can't.
You car salesman. Yeah.
Stop, man.
At least send it on Telegram, Flatman. Send me an audio and I can share it.
So you see I see white dots and black dots, and yeah, definitely the lightning, especially when my eyes are closed and sound happens. Sound happens. I can also see through my eyelids. It's weird, but I'm just crazy.
Yeah. Some people even see like colors when it comes to sounds. Vince, you must have heard of this, right? I think Kanye claims he can see different notes have different colors.
Yeah, that doesn't resonate with me. But Kanye is not a musician either. Like, he's not a musician.
He is a musical genius.
No, he's not. He has zero musical skills.
Right there. How
and
can you say
compose.
Kanye has zero musical
Because
skills?
he's not a composer. He's not a musician.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean not everybody
mean
has to
that
be a
doesn't
master.
mean?
Okay,
That's
not
like,
everybody
hold on,
has to.
hold on. That's like a car mechanics, right? You expect, when you go to the car mechanic, you expect the car mechanic to know something about the cars, right?
Vince, all right. Fair enough. Like,
But if
I
the dude
understand
is
what
like,
you're
I
saying.
don't know, but shit just works
But
out.
that would be like me saying that JT is just a runner. All he does is run.
No,
And because he's not playing a team sport, and like it's bullshit.
Okay, hold on. If you can't sing, you can't play an instrument, or you
doesn't-
can't compose. Hold on. You can't sing.
You've said
You
this
can't
before.
play an instrument, and you can't compose. How the hell are you a musician in that sense?
Well, let me explain it to you this way.
Yes,
I'm a
tell me.
musician. I'm a musician. If I pick up any instrument and I play, even if it's fucking chopsticks, I'm a musician. And you can't
Okay.
tell me otherwise. Now, you may
Okay.
be a snob with your nose up in the air, but
It has nothing to do with
Kanye's
snob.
a genius,
Listen.
bro.
I come across like an asshole because I
No,
say
no.
things. Hold on. I think our world has become so upside down because the wrong people are in
I
the
agree with
wrong
you there.
places.
I
Meaning,
agree
you got Cardi B, who is literally a strip
But I'm not talking
artist.
about Cardi
Hold
B.
on. No, but I'm just going to the extreme. You got a
All right.
strip artist at the top of the music scene. You tell me how that's correct. Because
know,
hold on, hold on.
demonic.
When you put the wrong people in the wrong places, that's where wrong shit happens. It's when you got the right people at the right places. That's when good shit happens.
All right.
So I
there's
need to say those things.
So
I
there's
don't-
some funny.
and I know I come across like an asshole for doing it, but
it's
I
fine.
have to say it
It's-
because somebody has to say it.
Okay, you got it out. Now I will say, as much as Kanye annoys me, right, especially in picking Kim and like all that bullshit, and I think he is a narcissist, his music is actually very interesting. Okay, let me just say that. It's very interesting. Okay, here's another musician I just sent to you. It's KRS-One, and he talks about consciousness. And I never thought about this until KRS-One, once I saw this video. You guys remember him in the 90s? He's like very loud, like...
This guy.
Yeah.
I realized that God is the air that I breathe. That I'm not even responsible for my own consciousness, my own sense of being aware. I'm not responsible for that. This substance, this thing right here, this, whatever this is, this right here, we think it's air. But I realized that if I stop, close my nose and mouth for 4 minutes, if I'm separated from this substance for 4 minutes, my heart don't stop. My brain don't even stop. My body functions don't stop. The first thing I lose is consciousness. I pass out. I can no longer stay aware. So I started to say, well, wait a minute. I'm not just breathing in air. I'm breathing in consciousness.
That's a good point.
I'm inhaling and exhaling God itself. And this air is conscious. Everything is conscious. Everything. So I began to see God as everything. Everything is God. And in me and everything. So I said, wow, what a way to live. Everything is God. I'm everything. There's no limitations. Let me keep breathing. Let me just keep breathing.
That is true, but I also believe that when we leave this body, we're still, like, we're not dead. We're like a soul or spirit or something. So what happens with air in that sense, in that realm? I don't think we need air at that point.
Yeah, we don't really know, but I think that our energy, so the soul, first of all, I currently where I stand, I don't think our body has a soul. I think our soul has a body.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is
So
just
outside of here, like the soul is all powerful and back to source. In fact, I have and this is again a lead into our talk afterwards. I wanted to talk about this maybe on the space, but are you guys Star Wars fans?
Not so much.
Mm-mm.
All right, so this should be interesting because Obi-Wan Kenobi. Have you heard of Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Mhm.
He's like a Jedi Master. So he
The Force.
yeah, the Force. So there's a scene that happens where he essentially dies, and he dies by Vader's hand, but he dies because he surrenders and he allows Vader to strike him down. And I never understood this. And I love Star Wars growing up. So I did a search for it today because I don't know, it just came to me during the run. And then it went into this whole other thing because there's an Obi-Wan Kenobi show that I didn't watch because it got very DEI. So I watched the first season and it was great. It has one of the best battles where he beats Vader. Like destroys Vader. It was like really cool. They're throwing rocks at each other, like using the Force and stuff. So for any Star Wars fan, but it actually goes into the why. And I it's an interesting take because there's a lot of parallels between the Force and God and the way they talk about it. And so I want to bring that up too after we go through some of the chats. And then we're going to open up the space soon. This is how it always is. Hey, guys, just hang on. We're
Yeah,
gonna,
right.
Yeah, and Bill Wowell or whatever says, "Shalom all might steal that. The body doesn't have a soul. The soul has a body."
It's yours. It's yours.
No,
Yeah,
it's-
Bill's a great
It's
guy.
not mine. I heard it somewhere. So yeah, I don't remember where, but yeah.
you
I just
stole
wanna
it
make a
for
comment.
somebody.
Oh,
go, JT.
Vince.
Yes? Huh?
I
Yeah,
remember
you go
something.
and then I have something.
Okay,
for
so
that,
so
but it's on
so just
hold.
because when you're talking about Kanye, right, and you're like, why do we give these people power? Bill Burr has a bit about Kanye because he heard Kanye talk in the background and he didn't realize he was Kanye. And Bill Burr's wife is black, and I'll try to find it because I don't want to.
Isn't she like a crazy lefty or something? Like a
yes,
crazy.
yeah, and that's why he's kind of there as well. So anyway, so he's listening to this guy talk, and then he finally comes around to see who he is, and he's like, "Oh, thank God." He's like, "Thank God he's black." And then he has a bit about it because he's like, because if he wasn't, a guy like this would be so dangerous, right? He could like do some really fucked up shit, but he just makes fun of the fact that racism will hold him back and blah blah blah. But anyway, he makes it comedic. But to your point, right? Because he feels the same. But I think he makes cool music, and if
Oh yeah.
the way I see it, no matter how you come to God, no matter what religion or what music.
Dude, listen. When I say that, like, if you like whatever, who the fuck am I to say you shouldn't like it? Don't
Vince
get me
Sonata,
wrong. If you
master
if
composer.
you see me shitting on somebody, that doesn't mean that I'm trying to force you to think or like what I like. Don't get it twisted. I just like to share my opinion. JT, you were about to say something.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna jump back to when you were talking about air and the body needing air. Basically, I think air sustains us, but it's sustaining something that's temporal. Like this body's not going with us. The body's gonna turn back to dirt for sure.
Yeah.
That's just what happens. So then the real question is, well, what does our soul need? like if our bodies breathe air and without it, it doesn't survive for long, what quenches or satisfies or fuels our soul? And I think it's love, you know, I think it's love is powerful. You know, you can talk about the ether, but
What would you
when
say
we're-
love is? Later. Okay.
God is love, man. God is love. I
have a theory. I have a theory. What if it's, you know, growth and, you know, when I love somebody, I wanna see them grow, right? You want to see them grow in whatever they are, like, and the opposite of that would be not love, where you're trying to, you know, what would you say, hold them, repress them, hold them down.
Yeah.
Growth,
So-
isn't it at least a part of love? Growth.
I would
Yeah,
add
if you
to
love
that.
somebody, you want them to grow. You want to help them up if at all possible, or encourage.
Yeah.
If you can't give them a helping hand, you want to encourage. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. Good trait. What were you
I
gonna
would
say,
add
Lance?
on top of love, authenticity, right? It's known to be
Yeah.
an even higher vibration. Vince, you were going to show your Fagman shirt. This is a good opportunity to show the authenticity shirt too, because Ted
right,
has a
okay.
really cool authenticity is the highest vibe.
Yeah, but the funny thing is when we did the grow or die, the acronym became God. Look, so it became like this.
Inadvertently.
Yeah, God. Grow or die. But yeah, let's go to the more important one, the Fagman shirt. Where is it?
The fake one is also awesome. So this is the Fagman. So if anybody wears this, I'm going to get this for my father for Father's Day because he'll put on anything without reading it. So it should be fun at Costco 8 a.m. on Sunday mornings. I just want a free t-shirt. Hopefully
get it.
Fasting Pussy will be on there by then, and then I can get a free Fasting Pussy t-shirt.
Yeah, but for some reason nobody wants or dares to buy this shirt. I don't know why.
It's Vince
why
on
wouldn't you?
it's Vince on a fag. Like
Yeah,
what's-
why wouldn't you want to walk around with this shirt? I mean, come on. Hold on, let's see. What was the other shirt you talked about?
the other one was authenticity.
That's,
Yeah, Krem, nobody's bought one. Not a single one. And Meyer said he would multiple times. And then his Meyer's no-show usual. Yet all the excuses.
Can we make this bigger? Oh, what is it?
But I'm going to go on a buying spree and just buy a bunch of these shirts because they come in size man XXL. And they're really, really good cotton. Like, Ted doesn't make any money off this. He picks the best quality shirts. So literally it's like the lowest he can charge to not lose money.
Authenticity is the highest frequency. Yeah. And then there's another one that is really funny, which
Yeah,
is
the
about
Australia one.
that one too. But I'm thinking about the robot one. Hold on.
Oh yeah, the robot. That's
Look at
good.
this, JT. Look at this. This is Terminator
video.
coming, right? Terminator. Hold on. Oh fuck! What happened? Hold on.
Huh?
I just want to make it.
There we go. Grok, is this true? I'm here to kill you. That's
I have to
wild.
ask
You were talking
Grok.
about that earlier. Yeah.
I have to ask Grok. Is this true? While the Terminator is coming to kill me. Yeah.
All right, Vince Sinat. Again, back to Kanye being a genius. I just have one.
Who gives a fuck?
Just
That's- wait,
one minute clip. I just sent it to you
I'll be
WhatsApp
right
direct.
back.
I don't even like the guy.
Yeah.
I don't even like the guy. But just play this clip and I'll show you why. The way he thinks, this opens up people's minds a little bit.
Oh, I'm not. He might be thinking good. That's not what I'm.
No,
talking about.
I mean, he goes full retard. That's why I think it's very
Here's
valuable.
the idea why you're in a simulation.
This. Yeah.
Start with acting, first of all. And a 2-year-old screams at a restaurant, the entire restaurant screams, teach that kid how to act. We're all unpaid actors in some giant script that we didn't write. Simulation, a 2-year-old jumps on a coffee table and someone says, that's a coffee table, don't jump on that. So it went from being something that makes him feel like Superman, he's got his cape on, to something where he has to think about this person's like a family member he doesn't like anyway. He's 2 years old, he doesn't give a about a coffee or a table. And he's starting to like calculate all these things. And by the time you're 40 years old, you've got a wall full of coffee tables calculating you into traffic, calculating you into your career choice, calculating you into this townhouse that's not quite as big as the townhouse next, and it just never works. You know, that's the simulation that I'm talking.
But also, you know, maybe people don't want the kid to get hurt jumping on the coffee table.
We are too protective. We always don't want someone to get hurt. Can you imagine me talking to my publicist before I said I'm going on TV again? We get too caught up in the past and what everyone's saying and what everyone's tweeting. And sometimes you just have to be fearless enough to break the simulation.
So this is why he's not popular on late night, because like he'll talk about shit like this and it goes over most people's heads. But if you're aware,
I
you're like,
absolutely agree with that shit. Like somebody has to have the balls to say, you know what? Whatever the fuck happens will happen. Let me just do this thing and let's see what that will open up.
So he
Because if
pisses people
nobody
off.
does that, we're fucked. In certain
He
ways.
pisses people off because he says, I am a god. I am a god.
Let him.
He doesn't say everybody is, or I am a baby god, whatever. He
As
just
long
says,
as
I
he
am a
doesn't
god.
hurt anybody, I don't care. Like if he doesn't do violence,
But if
rape,
you understand what he's saying we are all creators and we're here to create. And he just realized that his most authentic self, when he taps into that, allows him to create.
well, you know what I said about that though. You know,
Yeah.
when it comes to creating,
Yeah.
like you know, I usually say as a composer,
Yep.
it's not my composition. I am the one that is accessing a source, which is through me, giving me the patterns in however way, I don't know how, but it's giving me those patterns, and I'm just discovering the composition because of that. And yes, I will be the author of the composition, but the composition is already somewhere else. It's all patterns anyways, so nobody is really owning it. You're getting access to it from source.
Absolutely.
You know?
And the more authentic you are, the more access you get to that, to the
Yeah.
creativity. So we're just about to hit 11 o'clock. I still would love to show some clips of Blair and the TranceLucid conversation. Should we start the timer again? And then we just kind of keep it to that, and then we open up the space?
Yeah. Let me see.
And we
I'll
have...
make a single comment too.
Absolutely.
Whenever Kanye says, or if I was to hear him say, I'm a god, I do understand completely what you guys are saying about, like, he's a creator. We're all creators. We're made in the image of God. If you sat down with him, I don't think he would say, I'm the creator of all things, because that would be kind of crazy. But the God that I'm worshiping and following and surrendering to, like, some people, they say, I don't want to go to heaven. That would be boring, like praising and honoring God
I've said
forever. But here's something that people don't think about. So right now we're in this mortal body, temporal state that's going to pass away. Ultimately, our lives are all a flash and it's over in comparison to eternity, if we really do have eternal life after this. And we'll get new bodies that are incorruptible and they're not going to perish. And they can't sin. All of that.
But what if?
Well,
if
hold
that's
on,
not
because
good?
you got to
Oh,
get
go,
to
go.
we got to get to the main point. The main point is when we have new bodies that don't even operate like ours, they're going to be so next level. Even when we have those bodies, we'll never say, oh, I understand God's love. Oh, God's mercy. Psh, I got that at 10,000 years in. I understand that. No. We will never grasp or understand any of the aspects of what makes God God, because he's that
I agree
far
with that.
above us, infinitely greater. So, like, I think you will always be in awe, you'll always be amazed, and you'll perpetually just be dumbfounded at what he actually is. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like, that's how I operate. I operate not scared he's going to smash me with a hammer, and I'm not operating to where, oh, the preacher man, what's he think about what, it's not about religion, and it's not about what any other man thinks. It's about what the Creator looking down on me is thinking about how I'm doing. I'm not saying, like, if I'm depressed or anxious or sinning, I'm not even thinking about that, because that's not even who I am, if you know what I'm saying. Who I am has been mostly this guy that's been on here tonight, Or you guys, if you call somebody that you truly love and you get lost on the phone call, you don't know what time it is, you don't know what day it is, you don't know anything because you're just connected with that other human being. Like, that's who you are for real. Everything else is either a dehydrated or a hungry version of you, and hangry, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I kind of went off on a rant, but
No.
That makes sense.
yeah,
And
that's
kind of like what
absolutely
we're doing
agree.
right now.
yeah.
Like,
Thank you.
nobody
Yeah.
understands God. Like, nobody can understand God because God is that high level of intelligence, or whatever you want to
Next
call it.
level, yeah.
Yeah, like,
Except for Kanye,
literally,
guys.
No, yeah, like literally nobody can understand God because you have to be on that level to be able to understand God, and nobody is on that level except God. So,
Right.
so nobody will ever be able to fully understand. But you know, I have this thing. I think though that, you know, my personal belief is that I think we just go through different realities for all eternity, because personally, I think the meaning of life is to experience stuff, because that's what everything is anyways. Everything is some form of an experience. When you run, you're experiencing whatever the fuck that is, running and seeing if your conditioning will last or not. Can I do it? Like, that's an experience. Like, everything is an experience, isn't it? So even heaven, as you say, isn't that also an experience? Even
It's definitely going to be one. And I think it's going to be here. I think it's going to be here on Earth, not like a ethereal place that we're going to go to, which is a different thought as well. I think that the Earth is going to get restored, like refined by fire, earthquakes, and made new. And we're going to reside here forever when things are made back the way they're supposed to be.
What's going to happen with this whole AI thing? Because that's not going away. It's coming.
That's a worldly thing. I mean, eventually it's all going to be over. Like, the world is going to be over as we know it, and heaven here will begin. I think we're closer to that now than ever, which
So you're
scare
saying
some people.
there will be like this reality will swap into something else completely.
Yeah, I think the sky will roll back like a scroll, and all will see the Messiah coming, and then those that are dead in Christ will raise up into the sky first, and then those that are alive will raise up in the sky second, and then the earthquakes will happen, and it will be refined with a holy fire. The New Jerusalem will come down, which is like a 1,500 mile cubed city, or maybe a pyramid, some people say.
But JT, if that doesn't happen, what will you do then?
If it's something different, then I'll go, wow, that's amazing. It's a different narrative. It's a different story. Like, ultimately, when I said earlier, like, if it is something different, I feel like whatever that creator is would be happy, because my ultimate goal is not to harm, it's to love, it's to not be a loser. You know, like, I don't want to hurt, steal, cheat, lie. I want to promote everyone around me, love on them, just tell them honestly, I don't know if this is the way, but this is the way I've walked for 15 years, and all this stuff has grown, all the darkness has fallen away. So you can either try it or don't. I'm still going to be your friend. I'm still going to love you. Let's go. And then go for a run and go for a mountain bike ride. It's pretty chill. I live a pretty chill life.
Yeah, nice. Very good.
So, talking about experiences, let's go to episode 6, season 1 with Blair. Psyop underscore
Episode
Psyop.
6, season 1.
Yeah, so it's right after the one with JT. And this one, most of it, we just talked about basketball. We talked about Kobe Bryant. We both had experiences with Kobe Bryant. He did a commercial with him. Take a look if there's any clips that were made, and maybe we'll... And this is the shortest episode, hour and a half, because I had a hard stop to pick up Little Man. But we got right into it right away. So it was great. We both had basketballs in our hands. This is our first one-on-one and our only one-on-one. And I'm really grateful to have it.
So the clips are, dare I say it, I'm God. What are you, Kanye West? Is that
I don't know. I don't even remember.
I
don't even remember these conversations.
Okay.
Again, they come from a
Kanye.
place of source. All right, let's see.
Kanye.
Dare I say it? I'm God.
No, you're Kanye West, motherfucker.
Hold on. It's out of context.
Dare I say it? I'm God. Oh my gosh, this guy's so conceited. So I can literally right now, I have 1 minute left. He thinks he's God. Blair, I have 1 minute left. Let me just say a prayer. Oh God, there's my alarm. Please help me have a wonderful day. I'm going to pick up my son, Gonna take them to basketball. Then I'm gonna go to work out. Thank you for making sure that I'm safe. What is wrong with that? Right? Because to me, I got 2 alarms. To me, we are the writer, the producer, the editor.
Okay, that was the end of that clip.
That was it. So I guess Kanye had an effect on me. Even I think the context was we were talking about like.
What are the odds that we played Kanye?
I know.
And we talked
I
about
know.
he's saying he's
I
God,
know.
and then the random
So-
clip that
so there's-
Substack made
let me-
is
let me-
you
let me-
saying that thing. What are the odds of that shit?
And mic drop right there, guys. You guys got to watch the full episode. No, but seriously, we were talking about Ball, right? And we were both talking about how when we were on the court, he's talking about he's got very big hands. He's 6'2", but he's got a 6'6" wingspan. And I'm going to talk to him as if in the present, not the past. So he's got a 6'6" wingspan. So I introduced us as wingspan twins. Anybody who plays ball, it's not your height, it's actually how long you are that counts, because that's what you're releasing the ball at, that's what you're dunking with. So he's got big hands. Not only can he grip a ball, I got this stress ball right here, but he can turn it outwards. So he would mess with players because he could jump. He was a 1-foot jumper, and if they jumped with him, he would just kind of move it and scoop, like James Worthy stuff, or like he was talking about his favorite players. James Worthy was one because he was a Laker, and then before that,
Okay, so here is how
all right.
pick up basketball builds respect.
So sorry. All I was gonna say was, playing basketball, you have to have this really conceited mentality when you're on the court that you already win when you're on there, and it's like, but society tries to take that away from you, and they say, oh, you're conceited, you're full of yourself, you're blah blah blah. You need to humble yourself, right? But what's wrong with thinking that you're special, right? And that you, and we talk about this all the time, Vince. Everybody's
Yeah.
special.
Yeah, I mean, unlock your
Yes,
uniqueness.
you did, Haywood.
What's up, Haywood? Unlock your uniqueness, and you will become something special.
Why do
If
I
you
look
don't,
so
though,
angry. Why do I look
Huh?
so angry?
yeah, you
What
look
is this?
pissed.
It's funny.
Pissed off Zorro or something. Let's go.
What's this one called?
Something with basketball. How pick up basketball builds respect.
Okay.
And
You both
you
know what
know-
happened. Yeah. But didn't mean it, dude. I'm just reaching in. Sorry, sorry about that.
Oh, I think
it
we were
throws
talking
you
about
off for
when you
a
touch
second.
like balls by accident.
Ah,
Mhm, yeah, yeah,
by
yeah.
accident. Yeah,
By accident.
yeah.
You feel like you touch fire.
That
And it
That
throws
was
you off
weird.
for a split second. He could go for a breakaway dunk. You're like, he deserves it. I thought
yeah.
he was nice.
Sorry, Dan. He's got wife and kids. Like,
And then you're friends forever after. Like,
yeah, I know what you feel like now. Sorry, dude. Let's never speak of this again.
the other thing I love about ball and just dudes in general is like when they clash, right? When they get in each other's faces,
Oh,
like
yeah.
Kobe and Ron Artest. You know, it's like they have a newfound respect for each other, and then they become buddies.
Yeah,
or like at least allies.
that
Like,
happens
you're like,
too.
okay, I see you, and I see what your boundary is mine. I will kill you, but you will kill me too. All right, let's just be cool together. And that's the thing that I think a lot of females don't understand that about guys. Guys get along really well because we size each other up very quickly, and there's always this threat of violence.
True. No, that's the thing. Yeah, but that's about love it about the game is that you go out there and just you start showing up to a court with a bunch of guys you don't know. You don't know you just don't know. You don't know their level. They don't know your level, and you kind of eventually find where you are in that. You find out where you fit. Just you find out where you fit as a team member, as a teammate, as a leader, as a follower. Does your skills stand out? All of a sudden, you're like, guys are passing you the ball now. I guess I'm kind of okay. They're looking to. I guess I'm taking shots now, and you kind of find. Now I'm kind of like people are looking at me now. It's like a guy to, and you start talking to guys, and now you're like,
Oh, was that Dan? Oh.
That face. I gotta grab that face. That's a screenshot. I'll send that next time Ted asks for a picture for his AI. I'll send him this one.
And your microphone was pretty bad at that
Oh yeah,
point.
that was. I mean, that's first season where it was literally just off my 15-year-old
So
Mac.
there is 2 more clips. How a breakup propelled his career and
Mm-hmm.
abundance versus the controllers.
Okay, that's some deep shit. What is this? I thought we
But there-
just talked about ball. And yes, Haywood, you see that? That's why Snoop's gonna get beaten. Snoop said he's gonna beat me 21-7 and 1-on-1. Since then, I've been running every day, stairs. Like I'm gonna drop 50 pounds, and I'm gonna dunk on Snoop before I turn 50.
All right. So let's see.
You know, I'll tell you, we were apart for 7 years, and in
Damn,
those 7,
that's not
and
a
in the-
breakup. That's a lifetime.
in those 7 years, we just moved to Seattle
Jeez.
together, and she left, and I was in this new city all by myself. What the hell am I doing here? And if it wasn't for that, it really got me to focus on music production, music, theory, and really getting into. And that's when we started writing professionally. I got into writing for commercials. I got stuff on TV, and if it wasn't for the breakup, I didn't have that time to really focus and develop those skills and develop those contacts, and it really propelled my career.
How about that one?
That's interesting, right? When you think about it, sometimes the worst things that could happen to you give you, like, something gets pulled out of your life to give you a chance to focus in on something that you're actually really passionate about that you wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. And Haywood's, talking about the ball. Haywood, you'll definitely want to watch this. So we both have Kobe experiences firsthand. I was 15 when Kobe was 16, and Blair actually did Kobe's first commercial in LA. He sat with Kobe literally when nobody knew who he was and came up with that, like, I would say, award-winning commercial where he jumps in the air and decides what to do. So I highly recommend this. It's 90 minutes. Guys, Phone Booth podcast.substack.com. You can watch this at 2x. Get through these in 45 minutes, and it's just a wealth of, cancel Netflix, man. It's free. Just put in a fake email if you're paranoid. We like paranoid people, but also pay $5. Support Ted so he can get a nice wig at the end of the year. We need to see Ted with the nice Bill and Ted hair. What do you think?
Yeah. So what are we doing now?
You're not listening to me.
What are we doing now?
You didn't hear me. All right, one more clip. I'm talking about Ted's bald head and how he needs a wig, and you're like,
yeah.
That's happy with you working at the grocery store, helping people and being of service. We are in a realm, in a world of abundance. And the controllers don't want you to know this. They want you to fight for scarce resources and to be envious of your neighbor. All of these negative thoughts, guilt, anxiety, shame, anything on the wheel. I have a wheel that I give to my son to understand this, because I didn't understand this. There's this entire wheel of negative emotions.
Mm-hmm.
And it all comes down to fear, anger, disgust, sad. This one has even more, right? I do not believe that these emotions are from God. I believe all the positive ones, surprise, happy, and funny. There's only two in this one: startled, confused, amazed, excited, joyful, interested, proud, accepted, powerful, peaceful, intimate, optimistic. Those are from God. I think everything else is from the other side.
Yeah, but ultimately, the ultimate creator has created everything. He has
dualistic. And in a way, yeah, you need salt, you need bitter, you need pain, suffering for you to really be able to not experience, but even have gratitude for joy, happiness.
And also,
peace.
do you see how everything has to be dualistic? Like you in this body, that's one point of view, and then you have to have the exterior world. Like there has to be the dualistic parts. How else are we gonna interact with shit?
So look, maybe JT can weigh in on this, because Vince loves dualistic. He names his podcast
has
dualistic.
nothing to do with loves. It's just like,
well, you love
there
Trump.
is a me, and then there is
I think it's
outside.
Trump, Freddie Mercury, and dualistic. What?
Hey, you forgot about Michael Jackson, but go.
Oh, I didn't know he's up there. Okay. So Vince seems to think that this realm is all dualistic. I think it is actually trinary. So there's the breath in, the breath out, and the in-between. And I think it's the in-between that they try to hide God in the zero and in the infinite. What are your thoughts?
JT? I think that on Vince's side, there's the as above, so below, and there's two sides to a coin. There's dualistic, there's yes, no, you really don't want maybe. But then the Trinitarian or the tri, there's so many tries as well. Like, I am a father, and I am a husband, and I am a brother, and I'm a son. Like, I mean, those are interesting things as well. But
split by 2 becomes 2, right? Those 4 things, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm just right here, right now. Like, I don't have any quandaries with either approach that you guys have, or if somebody's all tri, or all dual, multiple, whatever. We're just trying to make it, man.
I'm just trying to get home, man. I'm just trying to get
JT,
home.
even with God, right? You got the Almighty Creator, and then you got the rest of us, in a way, right? Like, what are, you got the Almighty over there in its own thing, and then you got us. That's 2 things as well. Like,
for sure.
Even though we come from the Almighty, but we're not really the Almighty, at least not in this state or in whatever else state. So even there, it's dualistic. It's the Almighty and the rest of everything.
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean, is it not though?
Huh? There's the spiritual realm, and then there's creation. And
That
creation is all of earth and everything that we have access to, and the heavens too. Like, the heavens and the heavens of heaven were created as well. And the spiritual world, like, I think the spiritual world is more real than this call we're on now. Like, when you wake up and, like, where are you when you're sleeping? And then you wake up and you start your day, and then there's your day before you. All that is pretty real. When you're awake, it's pretty real. But I think the spiritual realm and the spiritual world is so much more real than each of our existences that seem super real. It's trippy. It's trippy.
But
to be
even
alive.
that's dualistic. The dream and this life.
It will never end. It's a vicious loop, JT.
Dream?
Like,
I
it's
love
a
it.
vicious loop. And then you start talking to them about past, present, and future. Like, that's okay. So no. We're not gonna start. We're not. Do me a favor.
All 3 states do and do not exist at the same time. Do you
Except
know
for
this,
the present.
JT?
Except for the present.
My opinion is all we have is right now.
I know.
Exactly. That's what I keep telling them.
But hold on, let me tell you.
It's always now.
Yeah, it is, but it's not at the same time. Let me tell you how.
Yeah, tell me.
The now
I'm gonna go.
does exist, right? But as soon as I say now, it's already gone, right?
Because
It's
it's
the
still
past
now.
already.
Yeah, but
still now.
See, that's the dilemma.
It's always
Because
now.
if I try to capture the now, it's gone. But the now also does exist, but it doesn't. Like, it does, but it doesn't.
But let me ask you this question. Where are you alive? Is it...
I know it's
when
in
I
the
asked
now,
you-
right? Yeah.
It's in the now, yeah. You're
I
alive
know.
now.
I know, but all the 3 states, though, they're like intertwined into one, because just 5 seconds ago when I said the now, that's in the past now. So, and then we look at the past. The past does not exist, but it kind of does in some sense, in memories or in actions that you did that is now playing into the now or even in the future. And then you go to the future. The future does not exist, but it does, because it's always coming to you. So all 3 states do and do not exist at the same time. And they all seem to be a one thing, but not at the same time, because the future becomes the now, becomes the past.
Yeah.
But none of them, you can never really capture any of them, but they all are one thing, even though they're 3 different things, and none of them really exist, but they do. See, it's yeah.
No, that's some good stuff. That's some deep philosophy, and I like it. I'm here for it. That's good stuff. I
crazy.
mean, starts to get around to the question of, like, what is time? Because time is a concept created by man. Like, we put the hours, we put the seconds, the measurements, the 60 seconds in a minute.
Yes.
But really, the only thing that we actually experience is change. That's it. Change.
Yeah.
Change. I've gotten
And if you
thirsty,
see
I've
it-
drank. I've needed to pee. Last one peed for me.
Yeah.
I was kidding.
And
You can
it's
pee
amazing.
anytime. You don't have
and
to
if-
ask for permission. This is
I already
not
did.
Shawshank Redemption.
you know,
Dude,
if you
this
there we
water, this water is out of a Berkey, and then I have an analemma wand in it, It's
Oh,
quartz
nice.
crystal with structure water in the quartz crystal, and it just lives at the bottom of my Berkey. And I'm telling you, if you tasted it, it's like velvety and sweet when it's structured.
Yeah, let me go back to the time thing. You know what I think time is?
I told you. It's
But hold on. Even
getting
time, I
fired
would
up.
say, even time is dualistic because if you see it like a movie, how frames switch from one to another. Like if there was no frame change, then it would just be a static, non-changing thing. But
Right.
time is from one frame to another. Even the clock is like tick, tick,
Yeah.
it goes from one tick to another tick. It's always this dualistic thing. Like, so I would say time is the frame that is changing to the next frame, just like a movie, because that's how things change in our reality. With
Bro,
All right.
I'm gonna have to overlay one more thing on this.
Yeah.
So, infinity, time will go on infinitely long, but also you can take between the two frames you're talking about, it can be partitioned infinite amount of time between two frames. There's like 2 or 3 or 4 different infinities if you look it up.
Yeah, and have you heard about the golden ratio? And they say that
Yeah,
that's the sign of God
The
in everything.
Fibonacci sequence. Oh yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, and that's endless, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's how to symbolize God, an endless entity that has no beginning or an end, and that's why it's in our reality. Like it never ends, it never begins, or it never ends. Like maybe that's God, like because
His
God has no
fingerprint.
because God has no beginning or an end. That was actually JT. Do you know? I used to be an atheist for most of my life because I couldn't solve the question who created God and who created that God and who blah blah blah.
Show the video.
Should I show the video?
Yeah.
It's a
You
short
can,
one.
I'd love to see it.
You'll
yeah.
like this one.
This
You'll like
was
this
when
one.
I
This is
was
when
a
he
guest.
first met Bill and Ted. And then afterwards, I want to come back and just show Blair's Kobe story because that'll hopefully entice people to get to know him better.
Yeah, so this was that clip. So maybe we can go.
Look at Ted. I love homeless Ted.
Yeah, homeless Ted.
Okay, if God created us, who created God? Where did God come from? Where did
Oh,
that
that
happen?
question.
Like,
I got the answer for that one.
oh, awesome! I will sign you up for your Nobel Prize, man. Come on, let's do this.
Hold
Dude, you don't have the answer.
I have.
None of us know shit.
Oh, dude,
That's
I
what
want
you
to
gotta
hear it.
admit,
That's
man.
right, Rufus.
It's
But
really
this is
fun
gonna be good, though.
speculate.
This is gonna be good, though, Rufus.
It's not that
gonna be real good.
spectacular. Okay,
Oh,
it's not.
Oh,
it better
No,
be
it's not.
after that.
It's not.
I know that. It's like, I got the answer for that. It's like,
No, but hold on. You guys, you haven't figured it out, right? The answer for that.
No.
None of you.
or just people are afraid to share their answer for that. I mean, you know.
Leave it to Vince.
Huh? Okay.
Leave it to Vince.
So yeah,
to
I
find it
had
out.
the exact same fucking question. Like, and that was actually not being able to solve that question turned me into an atheist, because I wanted to believe in a God, but I was like, who created this God and who created that? Who created, the endless fucking thing. But that was because I was applying this reality's, what would you say?
Good point. Yes.
Things
Parameters.
to God.
Rules.
Yeah,
Yes.
parameters.
Yes.
Yes. I was like, because in order for something to be created, there has to be a beginning and also an end. That shit has to exist. So that is why I was asking that question. But once I realized, hold on, he doesn't live under these fucking rules. He created this limit to time for us, just like a video game where you create something, you create a video game and you put in the rules like, this is going to start here and it's going to end here, whatever, the level, whatever it is, however you want to put it.
I know what you mean.
He created the rules in this video game, but he, or whatever it is, doesn't have any limits to time. It's
Right,
just a
yeah,
stream.
Everything's all at once.
Yeah.
Everything all at once.
Yeah, and once I figured that out, I was like, of course.
Yeah.
There is a God.
It's just like
You know what I mean?
if we turn a video game off and then go live our lives and whatever, like our relation to the video game, like you're saying.
Yeah, so let me just remove that. Because we apply this reality's rule set or whatever we know from this reality to something that is way beyond all of it. And I was like, fuck, it took me this long to solve this. Fuck, man, where have I been? Where have I been with my mind? Where have I been? But once I realized that, then it all made sense. Of course, this is created by something, you know? Like, this ain't random. This is, like, super complex and beautiful. And sometimes very horrible as well, but it's part of everything. But what I mean is, to think that all of this was just an accident is, like, nuts. It's just an accident. Random.
That's a good progression. I was going to say before you go to the rest of the Blair stuff.
Actually, we got 10 minutes because Haywood's going to come, so feel free.
What do you think the experience is like for an uncreated creator that's eternal in nature? Because we're temporal and we're in this past, now, future. You know, we're in this.
Yeah.
We experience change. Maybe he experiences things through our eyes. That's crazy.
That reminds me of the Alan Watts thing. He says he has a theory. He's like, he thinks we're all God, forgetting that we are God, just to have this experience as a human or whatever. Because if God wanted to experience this, God would need to forget that he is God, because otherwise there would be no point in experiencing this, knowing that you're the Almighty and nothing can hurt you, right? So you would need to forget that, completely forget that. Like, oh, I don't even know what I am. Like, it would need to go to that point.
Deep stuff, man. It's getting so deep. I love it.
But
how much longer do you have,
though?
JT? I want to make sure because we're going to go longer.
Yeah, I'm good.
Vince is
I mean,
fired up.
all I
You
need
good?
is, I might grab a snack, a little protein
I already
bar,
got mine.
pecan. It's funny, my wife, I was like, I'm going to do a little stream thing, babe, and I'm going to try to keep it short. He said I can just bounce whenever I want. And she's
You
like,
can.
Uh-huh. I know, but she was like, uh-huh.
She knows.
So I used to pull all-nighters. Flat Earth Fridays would happen, and it would be like sun coming up. And I'm like, oh, shoot. My family has come out of the bedroom before. My wife's walked in, and I'm still just like, Flat Earth Friday.
It's funny. It's funny. These streams tend to go really long. And sometimes that's good, and sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
Actually, on that point, we got a lot of new people in the stream because obviously JT's got like his own, and we love having you guys here. Follow me, follow Vince. We'll follow you guys back. We do these regularly on Wednesdays. We're gonna keep it to Wednesdays at 9 because Vince needs to focus in on Fridays. Poor guy is back to back to back. And then we do another one called Fasting Fake on Saturdays, right after the Phone Booth podcast from 7 to 10. And I'm currently trying to, I already planted a seed. Poor Vince has no idea. We're going to have another one starting. I just have to figure out.
JT, that was what we was arguing before you jumped in. He
There's no
wants
arguing.
another. He
There's
wants
no
another
arguing.
podcast.
Oh, and we
already
have a
got,
children's program. So because you
and
guys are
that also.
truthers. Hold
Yeah.
on. Because you guys are truthers, so we have children's programming podcasts for children, not kids, because kids are goats and sheep. And it's 80s style. Maybe let's show a little clip of that to Vince before Haywood comes in, and then we'll do the
Where?
Kobe. He's like, hold
Where
off
is
on
that? Where is that?
Well, go to Creative Zone. Just check out
Where?
the actual Creative Zone on Twitter or on YouTube. So CRE and the number 8.
Oh, I know how to spell it.
And
but,
Zone
okay.
has I'm telling the chat. And Zone has a 0 in it because it's 80s content. So none of these fast cuts and all this BS and flashing colors. And by the way, JT, this would be great for your little one because we get into like vowels, we get into shapes. And the first month was all about chess. We had 4 weeks and we went through the Fart of Chestitude about everything, my children's book. Second month is going to be about basketball, which we're keeping in line with the lunar calendar. So April, as you guys know, is the new year. So that was the first month of the year. Now we have a full moon on Friday, which I'll be fasting for anybody that wants to fast. I'm starting my fast tomorrow, 24 hours leading up to the full moon. And then 24 hours after, I'll do 48 hours. So I'd love for you guys to join. I'll do a space around it too. Now, for month 2, the Flower Moon, we're going to do basketball. Month 3, we're going to do Earth. So it's going to be a flat Earth book, but it's just going to be the fart of Earth, the toot about the realm. And Bill and Ted are going to come up with the proofs. And so it's going to be really interesting. We haven't revealed that yet fully. So this is Vince and I, Rasta Vince and I, Mr. Sonata, Mr. Lucid.
Yeah, and I'm just there playing the piano. I have no clue what's going on. So.
And I used to teach kindergarten. I taught for 3 years in South Korea, and this is a passion of mine. And I said, you know what? I'm sick of them teaching and indoctrinating our children with all sorts of bullshit. And just the content that's out there right now, I just think it's such trash. It's clickbait, whatever. My son came up with the logo, my 10-year-old. And so we're just going to do our own thing. Welcome. Hello, boys and girls.
Hello.
I am Mr. Lucid, and this is Mr. Sanat.
Hi, everybody.
We're back for week number 2. Mr. Sanat, please do me a favor. If I make the mistake of calling the children kids, do you have a buzzer or a boo button? Let's try a buzzer. Do you have some sort of buzzer?
Buzzer.
That sounds a little positive. Do we have something more negative? Like, okay, that's good. That's good. Okay. So
Okay,
if you
let's
hear
take
me
that.
say, if you hear me say the word kids, because it's a bad habit. Oh, I like that already. Mr. Sonata is going to play some nice music. So if I make the
Absolutely.
mistake of calling these kids, oh, look, you
Children.
didn't catch me. Yeah. So every time I say kids, let's do the buzzer. Okay. There we go. We got this.
You should say children.
Yes, we say children. Now, why do we say children? You remember from last week?
No, I forgot, Lucid.
Well, because goats have kids and sheep have kids. Let's check. Are there any goats and sheep out there?
No.
No. So bears have cubs. Cats have kittens. So we might have some kittens. We might have some cubs. But I don't think we have any goats and sheep out there. So we want to say children and boys and girls. All right, Mr. Sanat, let's get into it. For those of you that didn't see last week, we had a really cool book written by, well, I'll give it away. It was written by me. So this is a fun book to learn chess. Now I'm going to take you through it very quickly. You can go back with your mommy and daddy or grandma and grandpa, and you can look at last week's characters. And then this week, we're going to get into the new characters. But before that, we just want to talk. Last week, we talked about don't judge people until you give them a chance. We have a cool chess video on how it's made. So we had just a few minutes, and we're going to look a little more. And then we read the book, The Ugly Duckling, which is such a wonderful book. And then we also said we had another PSA, don't do what strangers say. So make sure you go back to last week with your mommy and daddy's permission, of course. So today we're going to continue the fart of chess, and we're going to learn the third player. So Mr. Sanat, I'm going to need your help on this one, okay?
Absolutely.
So
he
let's
plays live
introduce
music. That's the
the
beauty of
third
this.
player. So essentially chess pieces introduce themselves and come alive for inquisitive kids. I wrote kids in there. Can you believe it? Oh. Well, you know what?
How could you, Lucid?
You know, back then, Mr. Sanat, I just didn't know. I didn't know the difference. So I'm going to have to fix that. I'll try to fix that by next week. To help pique their interest into the wonderful world of chess, kids will learn about the pawn, knight, bishop, queen, king, board, and clock through first principles, fun rhymes, and silly farts. Do you know what first principles means, Mr. Sanat?
No, I don't.
That's when we take something that's complicated and we make it very, very basic.
Oh, I like that.
So after this, kids will learn to recognize the general look and feel of each piece, how they move, how many there are, and their unique role in the game of chess. Don't let the toots scare you. They are meant to help kids stay engaged and learn how silly words actually sound without basic vowels. Mr. Sanat, do you like to sing?
Yes, I do.
All right,
This is my
let's
favorite.
sing. Let me finish this part and we're going to sing our vowels. Plus, they're a ton of fun trying to sound out. The farts are, but you can skip the mommies and daddies. And sometimes the children won't even
Hold on,
know.
wasn't there a clip of this creme de la creme? in the chat?
There was. But just play it here.
Okay.
Let's play it out, the A-I-O-U song. This
But
I
it's
used
a
to
great
sing
way
to
to get them
kindergarten
involved.
kids.
You
Bonus
got it
point.
right, children.
I did, because it wasn't written. Bonus points if you have a chess set in your home. Okay, Mr. Sanat, let's do a little singing lesson here for vowels.
Okay.
So our vowels are A,
E,
I, O, and U. So it's basically, look, I keep my mouth open for the whole thing. So I had a song that I used to sing to kindergarten children. Oh, you see, I caught myself. I caught myself. I said children.
Oh.
Okay, so repeat after me.
Okay.
A-I-O-U.
A-I-O-U.
You don't have to hurry. There's no rush. I know there's a clock.
A-I-O-U. A-I-O-U.
Mr. Sanat.
Too
Mr.
quick.
Sanat. Yeah, God gave you 2 years.
Okay.
Okay. Right after me. Ready? Hold on. I know you're excited. A-I.
A-I.
O-N-U.
O-N-U.
A-I-O-U.
A-I-O-U.
So you children can practice that at home. All right, without further ado.
Stop it there.
So
Yeah, that's Laz for you. Yes?
Good stuff.
somehow I talked him into it, and now he's stuck doing this with me. It drops every Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern. It's on YouTube and on Twitter, and it is safe for the whole family. We try to have fun and teach some vowels. We're gonna have shapes in the next one, basketball, from single shape, circle, heart. I had to find something with two. Yeah, we got Haywood, and then triangle and all that. So they're gonna learn everything. All right, so we got Haywood here. Haywood,
No,
this
it's
is JT,
offline.
and JT, this is Haywood.
Do you see Haywood?
We can't hear him yet. He's up.
I see him. Okay,
No,
now I see
he's
him.
up, but we can't hear him yet. You're gonna have to switch your mic. Yeah, you have to switch your mic on and off. It might be a Mac thing. We hear it's been happening lately. So
Yeah, it's
Haywood,
muted, Haywood.
you are in the presence of greatness. We have the president of Flat Earth here, JT Run
Ooh.
Boston Bear.
Still can't hear
Now.
me?
No,
Yeah, we can
yes,
hear you.
now.
You're good.
Now.
There we go.
All right. Hey, JT, what's up, brother? Laz,
Hey,
Wentz, great to be here. Nice to meet you.
Thank you for joining. As soon as you heard Kobe, you're like, yo, hold on. All right.
Might be up my alley. Good to see you,
Yep.
Wentz. Go ahead.
Right on.
Continue.
So
What-
Vince,
what-
as I introduce Haywood to everybody that doesn't know yet, Haywood runs the Pick Is In podcast. It's on Thursday nights. He does it with Snoop. Haywood is a hardcore Suns fan. We won't hold that against him.
Yeah, you can find it here.
But he is
The Pick
all
Is
sports. So NFL, NBA specifically, those are his favorite ones. We do think that it is sports entertainment, and Haywood is here to, if there is an edge, to give you an edge. And man, the dude's picks are bang on. So him and Snoop make it really interesting. Out of all the podcasts, this is the one that gets the most views by far. And part of it is because they don't talk about conspiracies and stuff like that. Let's be honest. They keep it clean. But it's absolutely amazing. And yeah, you guys should check it out. Haywood's a stand-up dude. And thanks for joining us, dude.
Hey, thank you for the plug, Laz. Thank you. My show, we do a cheers. Cheers to Laz.
Cheers.
Yeah, so I'll
we're,
go.
The Pick Is In podcast, Thursday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern. We have all things like betting, sports coverage, Suns, NFL draft, all kinds of good guests, fantasy sports. So thank you all you great people in the chat. Appreciate all the love. Glad to be here.
Awesome. And bring up Blair's episode again, and let's do a search for Kobe. I think I tell my Kobe story first, and then let's jump ahead to when he tells his Kobe story about the commercial. And Haywood, just double check your the echo cancellation. I'm not sure if it's on or off.
It might be on. What the fuck is this?
Laz, I listened to y'all's episode mowing. I just listened to the whole thing straight through. It was great.
The one with Blair?
Like the Kobe stories.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Kobe.
It's crazy, right? When you think about it.
Once the box is on, so echo is good.
Is the echo cancellation on?
See, yes, sir.
Yeah, but that's it should be off.
Uncheck it.
Preferably.
How's that?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see. Let me raise you now. Let me see. Speak.
Yo, me and Snoop just got done recording with a very good guest for tomorrow's show. So glad to, like I said, be here. And what were you guys talking about? You're gonna move
There
in
you
the Kobe
go.
thing, right?
Yeah, there you go. Now it sounds good, and you don't muffle out. Okay, yeah.
I thought I like Truth goes, hold on, is this Laz from X? As if like the Laz? Yeah, I guess. So it used to be Laz Molnar, and then I changed to Fasting Fake. But yeah, same Laz.
Laz, is the only thing a globe basketball?
Yes.
Yes. Thumbs up. Let's
The only
go.
thing that matters as a globe that has curve is the basketball. The rest is all imaginary in our minds. It's Disney for adults, and some just won't see it yet. For anybody that's questioning in the chat, I don't, you probably aren't, but if you are, phoneboothpodcast@substack.com.
So, yeah. Here is the part where we find 28 Kobe's in this.
Okay.
So let's see what this is.
Like the GOAT, but he didn't decide to use his teammates until much later, and even then it was just like a key points. Like,
all right, keep going.
So
ahead,
to me, like in
because
terms of
if
all
it's
around
me talking,
game,
then it's my Kobe
like
story.
even
yes.
Okay.
Rest in peace,
So let
Kobe,
me go.
man. Like what he did and what he
I have
was
a
trying to
Kobe
do
story
for
for
women's
you.
basketball.
Yeah,
he
that's
did.
the one.
Like,
That's the one.
that's what I have. Like my
I have
brother.
a Kobe story for you.
Awesome. We can trade Kobe stories. And
Yes.
Rest in peace, Kobe, man. Like what he did and what he was trying to do for women's basketball or did. Like that's what I have the most respect for. But so we met. So anyway, he tore it up in some tournament.
Okay,
then they brought us down. My parents.
Yeah, after this, I didn't even realize. My mom reminded me that Kobe ate my chicken. So technically, my parents' bucket of KFC. He came by and he had a piece.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So how awesome is that? I totally forgot until my mom reminded me. She's like, "Yeah, he just came in. He asked for a piece, and
160 pounds, maybe 170 soaking wet."
Okay, still you.
So we got to meet Kobe here, and again, they're like, "Oh, that's the top player."
Yeah.
They had rafters up there full of
That's
kids.
still you.
Already big fans. So we're playing a 5-on-5.
dude, pause for a
My
sec.
brother's on the team against Kobe.
Yo, so Truth is RG the
He didn't
artist,
even
dude. I haven't seen you in forever. RG's there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I thought he took off, man. That's awesome, dude.
No, he's been doing his own YouTube channel, streaming, showing stuff.
Love it, man. I missed RG. I talked about him the other day, maybe a couple of weeks ago, because RG was the first one that kind of had me question whether they could actually land on the moon. And I don't know if he still, hopefully he comes on the space after, because he was saying they technically can, it's plasma, but they need like special boots. And they do testing up there. Now he had a theory behind it, but it's much different. It's not some dusty space rock. It's actually like
Okay,
plasma.
so we should do a clip and then start the space.
Yeah,
to
we'll
see
start
how
the space.
things goes.
Yeah.
But fuck, man, I don't know what part.
Like the haircut wins.
Oh, thank you. It's just the regular.
I asked him to drop the wig for this, and he listened.
Yeah.
He's taking one for the team.
Like to promote the Lakers and Kobe. So the idea was it was all just based off footage.
Yeah.
It was Kobe, and he steals the ball, and it fades to black, and he goes, "Oh man, what a great!" And you hear Kobe's voice. He's thinking. He goes, "Oh man, what a great steal! I hope the coach saw that." And he fades back up. He goes, well, time for another dunk. What should I do? And there's footage of him doing a dunk against, Cleveland. He goes, should I do a windmill like I did in Cleveland? And it fades to black. He goes, I did that one against Cleveland. And he comes back, should I do a, between the legs like I did back in that? And he goes, go fades to black. I won't do that. And it fades to black because, well, I'll just elevate. I'll just decide in the air. You hear a dunk, you hear the crowd go crazy, and it flashes, and it says, what will Kobe Bryant do next? Lakers all season long on Fox Sports Net. So we just got to make a mock-up of it. And
bro, I think I saw this. I'm getting goosebumps.
It's
you did this one?
Yeah. So we showed it to our bosses, and our bosses were like, "This is a great idea. We should do this." I'm like, "Really? Awesome." So they sent me to Laker practice. I got to go to Laker practice. I got to sit. After the practice, they pulled everybody aside. They pulled Kobe aside. They pulled me aside. They got me into a room. So it was me and Kobe in a room together.
No.
They brought in a TV.
No.
Off the tape and the mock-up of it. I showed him the script. I explained the
Pause-
whole thing to him.
Pause
He
for
was
1 second.
the coolest guy, big smile on his.
So if you know Blair, he's really shy until you get to know him. So the fact that they put him in a room with Kobe is just so funny. That's why I'm laughing, right? Because this is a dude that doesn't even like it when we put him in the middle of the screen. He would cover the camera just so he can't see himself. So you put him in like with a superstar, right? That's why I was laughing when he's saying the story.
And that's a shame. Did he ever get over his shyness or no?
Well, it's not a shame because that's his authentic self, right?
See, I have to disagree because I used to be really fucking shy when I was young. And I see it as something that really stops you from becoming what you can become, like. Anyways, not to go into that.
And same, RG.
What's up,
I took a
Snoop?
break a few
in
times.
the comments.
Snoop, get in here, man.
You can jump in. You got the key.
I didn't send him a
His
link
face look-
because he's like, "Oh, you're sending me a link."
You can just jump in
You
when
jump
he
in,
wants.
jump in. I sent it to the meeting for everyone. Jump in. We're gonna see
Yeah.
this space soon.
So charming.
At the very end, it said, Kobe Bryant. It said 17-year-old veteran, NBA veteran,
Yeah.
and he really smiled about that because he was finally a veteran. It was great. It was like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, just me and Kobe, just him and I, just in a room talking about the spot. I had him read the script into a microphone. I recorded it, brought it back brought it back to the office. They cut it up, and it would aired all season long, and they played it in between. At least in LA, they did it.
I've
You
seen
can
it.
say,
I've seen it. I've seen this, and I know there was one with Jordan, and I think LeBron must have tried to copy it because I've seen.
well, it's
this.
funny because like a year after that, maybe less than a year, Adidas had a commercial where Kobe's out in the playground and he's doing stuff and he makes a move and he stops and he freezes in the air and he kind of is deciding what he wants to do, and he does something.
That
So
might be it.
me and Dax were like, well, they totally took our, but whatever.
But Kobe
It was
knows. But Kobe knows.
It was awesome just to meet, just to have it. Our bosses like the idea. Just the fact to work in that environment and have the idea and the bosses dig it and to actually go to practice and meet the guy and it was very cool experience.
You know what the funniest thing is? When I met him, probably for months, I thought his name was Colby. I didn't know it was Kobe. You know?
I mean, in LA, nobody knew who he was. I think, Kobe, nobody really knew. Who's this guy? Who's this kid? Nobody knew.
Yeah.
But,
Oh, they knew in Philadelphia. They knew he was signing autographs, everything. Like,
yeah. No, we learned quick this dude is big deal.
Watch this
he's
last.
special. And when you talk about players, like,
Thanks, Mom.
yeah, Jordan's the GOAT, and Kobe like literally copied all of his moves, right?
Completely cut.
But
Kobe didn't have Jordan's hands. That's the big difference between. I think Phil said that too.
Yeah.
The big difference between Kobe had none of those hands.
He didn't have his speed either. Kobe just had an
No,
average.
Jordan he was a little more snap to everything Jordan did.
Bro,
a little more
like,
punch, a little more
Kobe was
Kobe didn't have
somewhere-
that.
Kobe was somewhere ahead of Paul Pierce, who is a sausage.
Okay,
Like, I don't
so
know how-
you can watch this on phoneboothpodcast.substack.com.
there's only so much sports that Vince can take, but yeah, definitely if you want to get into it, it's
Shout out to Wince. Shout out to Wince for handling the sports, non-UFC. Cram, you're funny. You're funny. Shout
Cram
out
is
to Cram.
hilarious, and Cram,
Cram's
guys,
awesome.
Yeah, and
follow Cram.
we want to test out the spaces merged into this
Let's do
video,
it.
and it's not always gonna be smooth
All right.
process, but
This is how we have to do it. Vince is going to be the host. He has to be the host to bring the sound in here. While we go on the space, we have to talk in the space and mute up here.
I mean, I don't think. Hold on, maybe I don't need to be the host.
You be the host.
I just need to share the spaces that I'm.
Yeah, you just be the host. It's fine, and then we'll retweet yours, and then put JT. Are you cool being a co?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, what
And
is the title?
The title is the same thing that we have here.
Mm-hmm.
And then
should it be exactly the same thing we have here?
Yeah, if it fits, and then put domestic violence on men.
Snoop, you're funny. Laz, did you before we move on for the Kobe thing? Did you ever see him live?
Did I ever see Kobe live?
Like play in a game, besides meeting him in person?
Yeah, so I actually played, and I talk about this here. So I saw him live at War of the Woods, an AAU camp when I was 15. He was 16. And then later on at St. Joe's, we had a scrimmage, and I was on Kobe's team.
Male domestic
5-on-5.
what?
And I was on a breakaway with him, and he didn't pass me the ball.
Male domestic what?
Domestic violence on men.
It's fucking cool as fuck, Laz. That cherish that moment.
So this is an interesting thing that I've noticed in my life, right? Like when you really are passionate about something, like I was about basketball, look at that. I met Kobe Bryant, right? Like you start to get people in your proximity that like, I don't know. And it's the same even with this, right? So being RG knows way back and Run Boston Bear, in terms of like spaces, I'd be on spaces and those flatter spaces and everything. And then look, now we're podcasting, right? And it's like, what are the chances of this happening? Right. And I'm a strong believer. I hate the word manifestation, but I'm a strong believer that if you are something, then that has no choice but to come into your life. You talk about the present moment. So if it's like you're a magnet and everything just kind of comes to you. So I think, JT, when you go for those runs, you're not actually running on the earth. The earth is coming to you, to your square. You are, physically moving your body, but the earth is actually, everything's coming to you. And that helps me in terms of my being, just to try to, clear this vessel as much as possible.
Okay, so I've opened a space here. Now the thing is this. So to avoid the duplicate voices, you guys inside EVMux where we're at, you guys need to mute up here.
Yeah.
But speak through the spaces, and that will come in here as well. You guys get it? Like you have to be on.
So sorry, guys. He is Swedish, so he's repeating the exact same thing that I just said. Just slower.
Did you just say that?
Yeah, but you don't listen to half the thing.
Yeah, but I'm setting shit up,
No, don't get upset. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah.
So yes, so we got to mute up here.
Yeah.
Honestly, dude, some people think you're an AI for real. I'm not going to name names, but they asked me straight up, is he an AI? Like, what are the chances?
Well, I do talk to an AI, but yeah.
You could be, but honestly, the shit that we've talked about, yeah, you're not.
Yeah, so let's test it out. The space is...
By the way, Vince, for whatever reason, when I search for your name, it doesn't come up anymore. I have to actually go on a link with your name and the handle.
Really?
So, yeah, so it's probably some...
Laz, I had to
shadow
go to your
ban.
page to see the stream.
Right?
What?
And I have your notice on.
Oh,
and like, check this out. This weird. You DM me the link for the show. I click on it. It sends me my feed.
yeah. Dude, I'm not surprised because I've been pushing a lot of like anti-NASA shit lately. Anything I see with them with their indoctrination, I just tell it like it is.
You should make
And-
an AI video on the moon playing basketball.
You know what, dude? We should do it. Just remember that shot that I took. We should just fucking put the
Yeah.
moon background on that. Yeah,
Dude,
yeah. Good
dude,
call.
dude.
Good call.
Okay, so I'll send you guys in the group chat here the link to this thing. Right there. What the fuck?
The comments look crazy. You guys get a lot of comments. Good. I like that.
It's amazing.
Dude, people on here, thank you for the support for the show. Boys, appreciate it. It's the first time I've been on TranceLucid.
Yeah. This is TranceLucid, right? I don't even know what it is. It
Okay,
is
I'm gonna mute here. I'm joining.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna make you the thing. How do I do that? How the fuck? How do I?
JT, you got a cool background, by the way, with all your methods.
How do I?
Alright,
How do I make him a co-host?
Wow.
You have to give him a mic, or
I know that, but like I'm trying to. If I click, it doesn't.
Make me,
Thanks, bro. Yeah, it's
actually,
just
yeah,
our
make me a
medals.
co, and then I can do it.
But I don't even know how to make
I'm here.
anybody a co. That's
click
the problem.
Click on my profile.
Yes, that's what I do.
And then hit invite. Are you doing it on your
Desktop.
laptop?
Yeah.
Okay, so hit invite, send co-host, or I'll request a mic here.
But we got literally what's the okay request? There you go. Okay, invite co-host.
Yeah, invite co-host.
So last approve, and then Ron Boston.
And then give Geraldo one too.
How
You
many
don't want
can
one,
you give?
Geraldo?
How many can you give?
Oh, you can give up to 12 mics. So you can do two co-hosts and then 12 mics. I think, honestly, I was going to ask JT about this because, when we talk about the realm and, okay, there's a term, this is all fake and gay, right? And it's just a movie. The only thing that's real as far as I know is the observer, right?
Okay, can we test stuff? Test Twitter first.
No.
before
Hold
we
on.
go
It has
into something.
to do with the 12. All right.
But speak through Twitter instead.
All right, I'll
Mute-
speak through Twitter. Then
mute
let me
yourself
mute
here.
up here. All right.
Yeah.
1 sec.
All right, I'm gonna mute this tab, mute this site, and go
All right,
into
there we go.
X.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you guys hear
JT.
me?
Yes.
All right, perfect.
So what I was gonna say is Twitter, you can give out 12 mics, and I can't help but think that they did it around Jesus and the 12 disciples. And if you think about Christ consciousness being the 13th and the observer, I don't know, JT, do you have a thought on that? That we are the 13th, the observer?
Man, that's deep too.
You gotta, JT. You gotta speak through the spaces and mute here. Mute in here.
Yeah, I'm speaking in the space. I'm
Ah.
muted. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
But mute up here.
Nope.
Now.
Okay, I'm muted here. I'm
Yes.
muted on the.
There you go.
Yeah. Now I think it's straight.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, that's a good thought. It's like a new perspective to walk up on. The 13th is we're the observer.
Christ consciousness itself.
Because if you take it back, we were never meant to perish. We were eternal beings from the beginning. We weren't going to experience death, decay, nothing, and no darkness or anything. But God wanted us to have, didn't want us to be robots. We had to have the choice to be obedient or do our own thing. And even the angels, the fallen angels, the Nephilim, and man, like we all fell. So I guess the hard part about it is it's not supposed to be the way it is now, even though some people are like, I don't believe in God. Reality is all there is. I should have fun and party. I think there's a lot more to life than the temporal here and now pleasures of the moment. I think it's way beyond that. It's kind of like, I believe what you do sows seeds into the future forever. And so I once only cared about my flesh and only cared about what I felt good, what made me feel good. And now I care more about, like we were talking about with Vince earlier, lifting others up, helping the person get to the next level. I'm kind of getting off track, but that's a deep, fun question.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Yeah, and it's something you may not have an answer on right now, but maybe there is a little bit of an echo. But
Well,
maybe sit on it. See if something comes to you. Let me.
and
let me know.
remember, Laz, you're using a different microphone now. You're not using the main one, so bring that closer to your mouth.
Yeah. Is this better?
Well, you're sounding good, and I had an echo.
Okay, all right.
I muted the tab, so I
Yeah.
don't hear anything. I'm muted in the group, and I muted the tab, so I'm like in X, like I just joined X only.
Yeah,
I'm gonna-
because JT, everybody else that is watching this, they will be seeing you and hearing you, but you are hearing it all from X, and yeah. So that's
That's cool.
But this is
There was
what we have to
some-
do, yeah, because this is
Yeah,
this
there's
is a
some
hard
lag.
thing.
Like a second ago, the X was a little bit behind the stream.
Okay.
So the way
Interesting.
around that is listen to only the space. Bring down the volume
Right.
on the stream itself, and then.
I just right click the tab and I just hit mute site, and that worked for me.
Perfect.
The only
Right
real
on.
space.
And
Right on.
Haywood, for you, the spaces won't. Yeah, the spaces won't hear you because you're not in the spaces. You're only in this visual podcast.
Yeah,
Unless
so come
you
in the
jump,
space.
yeah, unless you jump into spaces, but then you have to mute here. You have to mute your mic in here, otherwise it will be echoing and shit. You know?
Is this
I'll
a
send it to
countdown
you
down
right now,
here?
the space, Haywood, so you can just go on the link. Come on in,
I
buddy.
can't connect it to my headphones. And
You're muted. You're muted right now on the stream. So come in this space, and we'll give you a mic.
And also $5 if you want to speak. Ask Laz or JT.
And Geraldo, did you want a mic, buddy? This is Geraldo had the idea of doing this space in particular because I brought it up in another space 2 days ago because we were speaking to a lady that helps women and children of domestic violence. Yeah, so come grab a mic, Geraldo. And so Geraldo said, "Hey, let's if I want to do a space, you've got some experience on this topic. I have experience on it. In generality, I can speak on it without getting specific, but I think it's important because I think too many men will suffer, especially for their family and their children, and they just think, well, this is what it is, and they don't ask for help specifically. And then there's the risk of self harm or even suicide as a result of that, and it happens far too often. And I think it's important to have this conversation and just to let men know that they're not alone if they are in an abusive relationship. And that's just not physical abuse, that could be financial abuse, emotional abuse, um, words, just being constantly put down like a frog in boiling water, or even the abuse of your children, knowing that that is the only thing that would hurt you or keep you in line. So there's, I think this is important, and I'm glad Geraldo brought it up, and that's why I asked JT to come on here, because I know in our conversation in our TranceLucid, we got into it. He had I mean, we were both able to speak on narcissism very eloquently. I think I got my master's, as did JT, in narcissism. So, and I still say to this day, for everybody, understand narcissism as if your life depends on it. Um, because the powers that be, most of them are narcissists, psychopaths, sociopaths. So whether you like it or not, they're all looking at the exact same playbook. And so it's good to understand that and see where they're coming from. I'll end there.
Yeah, it's funny. I meant to put a stopwatch on how long it's been since that relationship, because I guess 3 years or 3.5 years before I met, my wife, or who I was going to marry, I wasn't the last relationship I had before, my current marriage was a good relationship. I mean, good in the aspect that it was fun and there was a lot of interacting and adventure and just like the good part of life. But then there was the narcissistic tendencies, or the control, like the hyper control mechanisms that this girl had, where I did things wrong, like did the dishes wrong, or just like it's almost like I existed wrong for her, and got attacked passive aggressively to the point that it was kind of aggressive. But then when I called it out, when I was like, basically as a person, I was like, oh, I didn't feel good. Hey, that I didn't like the way you said that. She'd say, well, what do you mean? What'd I say? And I would say it how I heard it. And she said, I didn't say it like that. I said it like this. And like it would be sweet and normal. Got to the point to where the abuse was happening so much. And I was trying not to just call it out every time because I didn't want to just be like that guy. It got to the point to where I didn't know if I was psycho or she was. Like I was losing track of, I think, my own identity. Maybe that was her point. It just felt like knives stabbing into my chest and my soul, just getting crushed. But yeah, it was rough. But then what's crazy about it is I would tell the truth about what I was feeling, and there were times when she would admit, like, yeah, okay, yeah, I was talking to you that way. I always do it. I always talk that way to my, significant others, and all my relationships end. And like, kind of got real crazy, like real transparent. It's like, it's okay, and try to meet her where she was at and love on her, and just like, okay, things are gonna be fine. Thought we were like getting somewhere, but it was like Groundhog's Day, where the next day, where I thought things might be different because we had the heart to heart. Boom, the voice was back and the tendencies were back. And yeah, it was quite awkward. I think a lot of people and sometimes men deal with it. But yeah, that's just my story. I mean, others can share.
Interesting.
Hey, I was just going to say I'm here for a female perspective, and also I do have a master's level education in psychology, and I've also been in narcissistic relationships in the past as well. So if you have any questions or you need any support, let me know. Thanks.
Right on, $5.
Thank you, $5.
Share your stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Well, one thing I wanted to mention about that voice you mentioned, women in general have a tendency to nag. I
Absolutely.
don't like nagging. Nagging doesn't solve any problems. It certainly isn't pleasant to hear, and I try to point that out. So, unfortunately, with behavior modification, like in general, Skinner, his experiments were all just, reinforcement and punishment is how we train behavior. And a lot of people do that even with their children when they're raising them. We reward good behavior and we punish negative behavior. Nagging really is almost like a punishment or a negative. And but women will say, "Hey, I want you to take out the trash," and then it becomes a repetitive thing over and over and over again. And it doesn't solve a problem, and it becomes just this barrage of words, and then it starts to escalate. So I just point that out because it sounds like maybe some of those things happen with like general tasks in a household need to get done, and like dishes need to get done and trash needs to be taken out and somebody has to do it. And but the nagging behavior doesn't help. And women also think a lot of times that they can change men, and relationships really shouldn't be about trying to change the person. People do change, but um just pointing that out, that's just a generalization. Not everybody does that, obviously, but just things that I've observed.
Yeah, and you can't change anybody until they want to change anyway. So nagging won't help with that shit. Anyways.
And then Vince, pass me Cole so I can help grab more mics too. 'cause
Didn't
don't
I
have it
already
yet.
do that? That's weird.
No, not yet. And then we got a hand from Vinny.
Yeah, hello, right. Yeah. Good,
Oh, you're
good
loud
day.
as hell, Winnie.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I'm using my laptop, so I'm not really trying to be too loud. So let me just move away. Anyway,
Yes.
is that any better?
Yes, that's good. That's better.
Okay. Yeah, so talking about domestic violence, I mean, I'm only I'm just like picked up on this subject and what you're talking about, and literally, I've been assaulted by a girl that I was seeing. I met on X, and Don't get me wrong, it's not been where I've been literally sort of hospitalised, but I've been arrested where it's come to the point where that person has actually claimed that I actually abused her, yeah, and I've got a pending court case. I've got to I've got to go attend court. Obviously, in the UK, you're innocent until proven guilty, but I've got to go through this. Now that was no, I mean, literally, it was that person was the abuser, and I wasn't. If I was, sorry, go on.
Did you do anything on your end that brought that upon you, or was it just?
No. So it wasn't. Oh no, I never. The only thing I'd done was like sort of defend myself by sort of restraining or self-defense. But I never actually touched, physically hit the girl. But the thing I could do, because she was trying to pull my glasses off, and then basically trying to, basically trying to. So I held her hands, and then she trying to bite my wrists. But I said, "Look, calm down, and let go the dirt." So
Bite your wrist.
Yeah, trying to bite my wrists. Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, for example, I'd be asleep, yeah, and I'd be snoring, yeah, and she'd be on a space, and then what happened? She'd still punch me in the face. No, I did say to her. I mean, I'm 6'3", and so I'm quite an able person, obviously,
Yeah.
but I would never touch a woman. But I did, I said, don't do that when I'm asleep, because I don't know if when you wake up, you don't know what you might do. I said, don't do that. You punched me in the face for no reason. There's no way I'd do that to her, which is basically the most abusive relationship I've ever been in. And so you have to really spot the telltale signs. But it's literally is. And I was advised by a few people, friends, and that they said stay away from her. And I didn't, and I should have took their advice. But anyway, yeah. So it's going to court. We'll see. But yeah.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Anybody got a point? Something to
Yeah.
add to that? To Winnie?
Yeah, I got something. So, yeah, first of all, thanks for sharing. I'm 6'7" myself, and this is the thing, and I think this is allegedly. So this is the hard thing to understand, right? Unless you're in the situation, is when a female is attacking you and full on like punching you, right? Or trying to grab your glasses, going for the face, trying to punch you in the balls, bite, whatever. As a man, the only thing you can do is try to restrain, like maybe hold her hands together with one hand and like, again, try to get her to calm down. But if that doesn't work, you're in trouble. And I think Jordan Peterson talks about this as well. Like, if a female has a propensity for violence, that is very dangerous, because as a man, you can't, I mean, some do, but they're not men as far as I'm concerned. You're not going to hit a woman. It's not the same as some man attacking you and then you can stand your ground. So it is often, especially if you are a highly sensitive person, you will internalize it and be like, all right, well, what did I do to bring out her crazy? And that can lead to you being a frog in boiling water, where you don't get out of situations like this because you look at your part and what caused it. And this is, I'll just land it here. When you look at words over actions and you give the words value, that is very, very dangerous. You have to look at actions specifically, because it's the actions that truly tell the nature of somebody. And if you see violence in a relationship, you need to remove yourself from that ASAP, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree, and that's what I should have done. Like I said, the only reason I did try to restrain her from trying to attack me, and hence why she was trying to bite my wrists. So yeah, Yeah, it was. That was the. Again, I never actually. I mean, again, I agree absolutely 100%. I wouldn't hit a woman. No, if it was if it was a man, it's different now. I would have punched his nose through the back of his head. You know what I mean? But I don't do it. I don't hit women. I don't agree with that. Yeah, and
I
I
mean,
did walk back.
what if she had a gun or something trying to kill you? In that case, then maybe you have to.
Well, then again, what I'd do is obviously I'd obviously try and disarm her.
Oh, yeah.
Again, it's like, so that's what I'd do. If she had a knife, I'd try and disarm her. I wouldn't necessarily just try and like fire with fire. I'd try to disarm her. But like, for example, like there was arguments. She'd start an argument, and then I'd leave her place or home, and I'd go home, and it'd be like I'd have 30 fucking like voicemail messages, WhatsApp messages, and apologising, and so it's like. I mean, some people have got medical, like sort of medication. I'm not saying, because she's a woman, it's nothing to do with that. I mean, men have got ailments, mental ailments. So, but I really should have see the signs and symptoms, and what the potential was, and how it would have ended up. Because my friends predicted what more or less was going to happen, and it did. So I'm a bit silly like that. So.
Yeah, and I would just say one more thing on top of this, just from my experience, and I think I can speak for JT here as well, is what's interesting is to take a look later on and have the insight of why you would allow somebody like this into your life in the first place. And sometimes it's rooted in childhood and some unhealed, whether it's mother wounds, father wounds, and it tends to be the highly sensitive people that put up with a lot, that will allow a person like this to come. And it's almost like they will test you. They have certain tests to see that, okay, well, you'll take this, you'll take that, you'll take that. And it's death by 1,000 cuts. So I think that that's very important in terms of healing, so that it doesn't happen again and you see it coming a mile away. Because funny enough, once you start having that awareness, it's kind of like, being open to truths. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, and you see people like this coming a mile away. I'll land there.
I think you made a great point, Lance, with the awareness part. Like, straight up. Like, once you find out you're aware of what the heck's really going on, like, good point.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment real quick, and also for housekeeping, Donald's down. I mean, Donald's a speaker now, and he's never been on X. So I was going to say there's a heart with a plus down, and if you click that, there's a hand. Like
Okay.
it looks like a stop. That's
Heart.
what you can do if you want to like raise your hand
Ah.
and be called on. Like Geraldo raised his hand, Vince raised his hand. So
Okay.
Donald just the heart, and you can also do that for emotions or emojis like cry out laughing, clap, heart 100% as people are talking to let them know like, oh, I hear. That's your way of saying like, I hear you, and this is what I feel about what you're saying.
Very
so there's some
good.
housekeeping, and then my feedback a little bit. This is for $5 hugs, and for Laz, because Laz was talking about, and the space is about domestic violence on men, and Laz listed some pretty physical domestic violence, and I feel like what I was a part of is verbal abuse, and it wasn't just nagging, it wasn't me perceiving what she was saying wrong, and it changed when I moved into the apartment with her. So when we were dating, in the ski town, it was like all fun party and everything was great, everything was fine, but like the moment I moved in, and I don't know if it was because we're under the same roof or some domain thing, but she was pretty much a hippie, kind of crunchy, leave no trace type of girl. And I brought like Clorox bleach or just like Lysol. Like I just brought cleaner because I moved in with what I had to the apartment. And rather than saying like, ooh, I don't really like those chemicals, can we just get rid of that and get like a more natural? It wasn't a talking it out kind of thing. It's like she hated me for making the mistake of bringing those chemicals in the house. And it was like a tick mark against me. And then like if I do dishes, her way of doing dishes would be to do one drop in the first bowl, swirl it, save the soap, drip it into the next cup, do it that way. You just preserve water and soap as best as possible. And I didn't know her way of doing dishes. I would have loved if she would say, hey, can I show you the way that I do it? Or can we conserve water? No, it wasn't that. It was, I was an idiot. And she was irate and pissed. Like she was really mad and talked to me ugly, which I felt, sensed, and was like, this is weird. Like, what? No, I didn't even get told this isn't the way I like to do things. It was just, I was in trouble. Like I was a little kid or something. And, then she would want to make love or like be intimate. It's like, hold on. We've got some problems to work out. And now you want to be physical, like get high and do that. It's like, wait. And it just bounced from one extreme to another. And then last thing, and I'll land the plane, I also noticed like noises. Like if I left the car ding on, like I opened the door and the car is going ding, 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 ding. Like I don't even hear it. I'm just like visiting with her. We're about to grab a coffee. And she'd be like, turn that off. And she'd like dive across the seat and yank the keys out of the thing, and throw it on the floor and be like, why'd you leave that dinging? Why'd you leave that dinging? I was like, I didn't even hear it. I didn't even hear it. So it really comes down to she lived in a world and she wanted to be a particular way. And I was just a guy trying to like survive and live. And a lot of my just living got under her skin, and then she talked to me ugly, and then I'd say, why do you talk to me ugly? She's like, I didn't say it like that. And it always changed to, I said it like this. And it was really kind of strange.
Crazy. Okay, and Geraldo wants to speak.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Man, I had something to say, but then y'all started talking and it brought up so much more that I had suppressed that.
All right, take your time. Take your time and say whatever you want.
I was just going to say, this is going to be, it might be a lot. But anyway, so Laz brought up the point, like there might be something that happened in your childhood that make you want to, get with some dysfunctional type person. And my initial thought was like, no, I had a pretty good childhood, but then I thought, both my parents were heroin addicts and I was born addicted to heroin, and I went through heroin withdrawals as a newborn. And this girl I met, she was just getting out of drug rehab. And so I don't know if there's a link there, but I always kind of had this sympathy for people that went through that kind of struggle because I saw it from the beginning. But anyway, this girl, she was like diagnosed bipolar schizophrenic. She got diagnosed like halfway through our relationship, and I didn't even know. But there was physical violence, but to me, she would hit me and stuff, and bust my face open with something heavy or something like that. But to me, that wasn't even the worst part. I could handle all that. It was the mental and emotional, just the nonstop screaming, fighting, being told you're a piece of shit. And that's what really wore down on me. Just living in a home, just living in an environment full of rage and anger. And that's never been the kind of person I was. I've always been a very compassionate, non-confrontational guy. It takes a lot, be it from a man or a woman, to get me to even raise my voice or get angry. I'm just not that kind of person. And so to be thrust into that kind of situation was tough. And I wouldn't have stuck around, but I ended up getting her pregnant after just a few months of living with her.
Damn.
And that's the thing, is I never even took her serious. Like I met her and she seemed like a nice person. And I was like, look, I'm going to hit the road and I'm going to go start a new life. I don't know where I'm going to end up, but I know you want to get your kids back. If you want to come, I'll just help you get on your feet. Cause I know if you stick around this town, you're just going to get back with the same people and get back on drugs. And so she was like, yeah, I'll come with you. And she wasn't my girlfriend or nothing. And then I just got her pregnant and I was like, fuck, I can't leave this. I'm not, first of all, I'm never going to leave my child. And then she just guilt tripped me. Like, you're going to get me pregnant and then break up with me. Like, and I was like, well, we're not really together or whatever. But anyway, that just turned into 5 years of absolute misery and hell, and just going into a home of, you just know it's going to be just torment and rage. And so one point that I do want to make is that no matter how dark things get, no matter how hard and how hopeless it seems, there's always a way out. And that goes for all situations in life. This isn't just domestic violence. So, one thing I learned is that you can always come out of it. You can always come out stronger. You can always come out better. And I look at myself now, and I feel like I'm just like fucking forged steel. There's nothing that I can't handle. There's nothing that I can't push myself through. And it's because of all those years of shit and, 5 years of hell basically that I went through. So never give up. Never think that you can't. Never think that a situation is hopeless. And, when I first met this girl, before, we were just barely getting to know each other. And I told her, I don't know who I'm going to have kids with or how it's going to be, but I know I'm destined to be a father of 2 boys, and I'm going to be a kick-ass dad. And I had 2 children with her. They're both boys. And now I'm living the single dad life, and that's the greatest life that there is. There's nothing better than a dad and his kids. So even through the worst hell, the worst torment, the worst misery you can imagine, the best things can come out of it. And so don't ever give up. Just fight through whatever your own personal hell you might go through, because heaven's just right through that gate. So don't ever give up. And that's all I got to say for right now.
Man, Geraldo, thanks for sharing that and being vulnerable. And sounds to me like you persevered, you pushed forward. I think probably as your boys grew up, you just channeled and aimed the value of being a father and pouring into them. It's almost like, I guess this is a question. Did you forgive, even though you didn't forget, did you like forgive and move past all the drama as your boys started to, get raised? Because there was so much love and pure goodness there that it helped to heal you maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. It helped me in more ways than I'm probably even conscious of. And it's helped me be a better father to my boys. And now today, me and their kid's mom, we don't live together. We live in separate towns, but we can even talk to each other and get along now. I could never, ever be with her, obviously, again, but even, I've even gotten to the point where there was a time when I couldn't even look her in the face. I didn't even want to be in the same room with her, but now I can. We can sit and have a conversation and things like that. So yeah, I got stronger. She got stronger. It made me a better father. My boys they were just getting old enough to kind of see the struggles. And that's really when I made sure that I was going to get myself out of it, because I could tell that my boys were getting to the age of, they could tell something wasn't right. And I wasn't going to raise my boys in that environment, but they were able to see me, get out of that and bounce back and get my life together on my own. And so I think that's a good example to show to my kids. And so, yeah, I mean, it was so bad, but as bad as it was, there's been so much good to come out of it. And that's what people need to remember when they're going through things. As bad as it gets is as great as it can be on the other side.
Yeah, brother. And that's good stuff, because if you're at a low, it can get better. It will get better. Reach out to somebody, because I've had many, many lows, and I've been at a high point for a while, just because of the relationship and the children I have now. But I appreciate you sharing. I'm going to move to some hands. Definitely raise your hand again if something pops on your mind you want to share again. But Vinny was next, and then RG. So Vinny, what's up, man?
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, I appreciate what Geraldo's. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Geraldo, I think. No, if I'm incorrectly.
It's to you.
But yeah, nice one. Yeah, I appreciate exactly what you've been through. I do, absolutely, and you've been the better man, and better than like your parents that brought you up, and you've proved you've done the polar opposite, and that's exactly what was in my life, exactly the same. So my father was beat women up. He's me mum. So yeah, he's an Irishman, and literally East London. And anyway, he was a nasty fucker. So that actually made me anti, like being violent towards women. I would never touch a woman. That's what made me see about the effects of what happens like that. Now, so what maybe it made me violent in respect that I might well have, any male would come near me or say something wrong to me, then I'll fucking react. You know what I mean? I'll smash the fuck out of them, but I would not hit a woman. And but so the long and short of it is, I've actually not going to go into detail, but I've been arrested for actual bodily harm, arson, etc. All fucking just made up bollocks, and I've got to go to court for that. And now this person's trying to make me lose my liberty, by basically get me in prison. Now, and this is what I'm saying, it's effect. And I met the person on X, yeah, and I hadn't quite finished on X, but you've also so you've got the catalysts to encourage that person. So to like print up sort of screenshot court documents, etc., on the public domain, which is really, really disappointing. So I've never experienced that before. I mean, I've had, obviously, break up, you have arguments, and you go your own separate ways. Well, this is not. This is a different scenario, and it's the first time I've ever been in this scenario, and and calling me all sorts of this and that. I mean, but anyway, so I'm just letting you know what it's happened to me, and anyway, so.
Vinny, just before we pass the mic to RG, this was a situation that happened a while in the past, or something that you just got over or going through it. I haven't got my finger on if you've healed from this and moved on from the drama, or you're still dealing with it.
No, it's still in process. So it was in January. So I met that person last year on X. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it's sort of, so January it sort of, like, the relationship broke up on and it was posted on X. But then so I went to court. I went to prison. I went to police. I was arrested. I was held in prison. A cell for like 2 days. I had to go to court from a plea. Right. So, which I pleaded not guilty because I ain't guilty. And literally they was going to try and put me on remand for until like more or less July. This is all in the public domain now, because that person's actually broadcast this anyway. So being on remand means hold me in prison for 6.5 months roughly. So, which is not on, right? But anyway, so so I was released on bail. And literally it's like it's like hanging above my head, you know what I mean? So I've got that issue. I've got to deal with it. I'm going back to that domestic thing, which was that person. I'm the one that's been sort of penalised for it because of that person accusating me as the aggressor, which I wasn't. I've got plenty of evidence for that. There's documents sent from the Crown Prosecution Service, which is a legal document, and that has been broadcast on this platform with my surname, the charges, but not obviously not. I ain't convicted for it, and all the other stuff as well that goes along with it. I mean, if you look for it, you'll see it. It's almost like the Truman Show. So I'm just saying, it's an eye opener for me. You know what I mean? You do learn. I thought I was savvy, being like, I thought, no one can much. But believe me, there is always a fucking way that someone might turn you over, or try to at very least. And you got the trollers as well alongside that, who they're influencers. So just be aware. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely something that I hope that there's closure, and that you can make a break so that there's not manipulation in the future, that you're safe, that you can heal, move forward. I know that she doxed you on the platform and possibly still has animosity or anger or like psychological attacks towards you. But if at all possible, distance. You got to heal. You got to lay down the law as far as like I don't want to be in communication, with that person if she's not acting right.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I don't stay away. I won't communicate. The only reason I'm telling everyone, I'm not mentioning names or anything about anything in particular. It's just that it's been documented by pretty much a lot of people. So, and it ain't been no specific information. So
Right.
anyway.
Well, I want to say thanks for coming on the space, hang out. We'll make the rounds, but we're here for you to hear you, and I'm grateful you shared. And I will be praying that things smooth out from this point forward. There's been a lot of drama, a lot of pain, but you definitely can heal and move forward. But let me know if you have anything else to say, or I'll see what RG's hollering. He's got his hand up, and then we'll go to Dango Girl or Danjo. Django. Anyway, do you have anything, Vinny, before we move to RG?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not healing over the relationship. That's for sure. But I'm just upset that someone would try and get you imprisoned. And I'm very disappointed in that they go to the lowest nth degree to try and do it. They're bottom feeders, people like that, because they don't agree with. So you've got some people's personalities you don't really understand and what they'll go to just to prove a point. And that is all I'm going to say. Yeah. So anyway, I'll let someone else talk.
No, appreciate it, brother. Thank you. I think a lot of people are sending you energy right now. RG, what do you got, buddy?
Hey guys, how are you this evening?
Hey man, we can hear you nice and clear. What's up?
Good. Yeah, I finally got a good set of headphones a while back. Yeah, thanks for inviting me up, Laz. I appreciate it. Thank you for putting this on. I really appreciate it. I didn't even look at the title. I was just kind of wanting to jump over and just say hey to people I haven't seen in a while. And when I started kind of hearing some of the people's stories, and it really shot through me, and brought back some memories that things that I'm sure we all go through, traumatic experiences for sure. I mean, far beyond physical, you know what I mean? Like you could have a broken heart and it be broken, and not heal when a broken bone could, and so some of those kind of traumas are the worst, and it doesn't necessarily have to be always between a man or a woman. It could be other things as well that just impact you on a much larger scale than you thought, so things like subliminally that ride along with you for like a decade, and you not really understand all time to time certain things you're around, like loud noises or people yelling or arguing over whatever, and you have these kind of reactions that later on you're like, wow, why did I get that bent out of shape about something, because just to tell a quick story, if y'all don't mind, about me, and it kind of will give you an introduction if you've never met me, kind of who I am and what I've been through the last 20 years. JT knows and Laz knows, and I'm sure a couple of other people that are familiar with Donald probably. But almost 21 years ago now, I broke my neck in a mountain bike accident in the Appalachian Mountains, and it paralyzed me from my sternum down, and a lot of my arms and wrists and stuff. But I was faced with something at 23 years old that I'd never thought for 1 second I would be able to make that through. Especially I'd already had 2 boys at that age as a young man, so I had a lot on my plate, to say the least. And if I'm talking to a lot of guys, let me know, because these sometimes will max out. So if I get too loud, I'll just remind me. So this happened, like I say, in North Georgia mountains. Well, I had just gotten out of a relationship actually 3 months before that happened, like a long relationship, and I had people tell me that came to the hospital to visit and check on me and all that before my first main surgery. They said that I would wake up and ask to speak with Heather. Her name was Heather, and I was like, man, she's going to be so worried that I'm not going to be home for dinner and such, and plus they had me on, of course, pain medicines and stuff, and there was a lot of swelling on my spinal cord, so there was definitely confusion. But that relationship that I gotten out of right before my accident was the most serious, longest relationship I'd been in, from a young man to 23. And, everything was great, but there were things that went on in my household when I was younger that affected me. And I didn't know it, that's why a lot of downfall was happening in the relationship, right? And same for her on her side. She had some trauma go on in the household, like sexual abuse when she was younger. And so we were both damaged. We were both went through some things, to say the least. And if you don't recognize that kind of trauma or damage that has occurred, and no one around you, your friends or family, talk to you about what to look out for so you don't escalate the situation if it gets, in a verbal argument or God help, it never goes to physical. But we've all, I think, seen that throughout our life at some point or heard. I'm not going to go too much longer, but what I want to say is, if you see yourself go out of character, and then afterwards you're confused, like, damn, I shouldn't have did that, or why did I do that? And you're questioning them or yourself. I'm just here to tell you there are great people that have been through it. Especially when you're younger, you need to probably speak with someone that's older, that you look up to, or that may know someone that inspired them or was their role model, and could guide them on their journey and get through things. And unfortunately, there's a lot of things that nobody can change because the situation already happened. So when you dwell on what to do about something that already happened, that cuts you off from knowing what to do from now forward. You know what I mean? Because the more you dwell on the negative things or the traumatic things, all you're doing is reliving it in your head. And this, I'll end it here, but I'll talk more here in a minute. But let me just ask you this, since I know you, Laz, or Run Boston. If y'all, like Run Boston, you had mentioned something that happened, a while back with you and your girlfriend. And I just wanted to ask you, where is the JT at that went through that traumatic experience way back then? Where is that person at now?
I mean, I have a memory of what happened back then. It was the pivotal point right before I surrendered to Jesus. So like 15 years ago, when I pivoted from self, me being my own God, me making all the shots, calling the shots, and like ruling my life as God, like God of my own life, I pivoted to trusting in the Creator. Now, I know some people don't like, when you say that you follow Jesus, because immediately they think, oh, Christianity and religion's bad. But I'm talking about following the way, the truth, and the life, which is very different from, Christianity trademark. And you know that, knowing me. So I think that person that happened to, I can recall what I went through, but literally every cell in my body, every hair on my head, everything that makes me wasn't even there. I've been regenerated and renewed, and I've healed
Yeah.
from that moment. And now I have nothing but love for that person. I hope that she's doing great. I don't have anything against her. I really hope that, because I mean, when she was going through what she was going through, I'm hoping that she's as good as me now. Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
we hopefully we're totally different people, but yeah, man, that's my response.
But
Laz may
yeah,
have
that's
something.
no, it's a great response. I don't know if you understood the question yet. I'm asking, where is the physical man that you remember going through that situation? Where is he right now? When you think back on that memory, it's not a trick question. That person doesn't
Yeah, I'm
exist
just
anymore, basically.
yeah.
Because most people will think about the past and compare what happened and where they're at now compared to back then. So my point in saying this is, the more that we look backwards over our shoulder to compare things from how much better they are from then to now, it's a non sequitur, because the person, like you say, is new. It's a whole regenerated being. Like your cells literally shed and make new cells, right? And here, so therefore, from 20 years ago, you have a brand new body now. So that's kind of what I was leading to, was if anyone has questions about who they were or what they went through back then, the answer is they don't exist. So you have to take those thoughts and get rid of them too, and that way you can only look forward toward God and His Son Jesus.
Yeah, that's good.
So I'll
Good
land it there.
points. I'm just like in the space with the title "Domestic Violence on Men," just like recalling maybe these past experiences. But I know Laz has his hand up.
And I'll go through the rest later.
Django.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Django dropped her hand, but I wanted to double check that she doesn't want to unmute and share what she was going to share, and then Laz, or we'll just go to Laz if you don't unmute.
So ladies first, if Django wants to go first.
Cool. Yeah, unmute. Speak it up. She's got her hand back up. Floor is yours.
Hey.
Hey, welcome.
Hi. Thank you for talking. I'm not really sure what to say, and I'm going to embarrass myself.
No, you're not going to embarrass yourself. You sound a tiny bit quiet, so either get closer to the phone or the mic. And really,
Okay.
just share whatever's on your heart or mind about what we've been talking about. It's all good.
Can you hear me a bit better now?
A little bit better. A little bit better.
I'm not really sure what to say. I think that there's so much abuse, like from male to female, male to male, what have you.
Yeah, and so many different kinds of abuse, right? Not just physical.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we can hear you. You're a tiny bit low, but you're clear. I don't know if you get closer to the mic.
For some reason, I'm muted on here.
That's better. Yeah.
Oh,
You have a
well,
beautiful
sometimes-
accent too. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say sometimes
That's
the
the
spaces
RG I know.
glitch. Sometimes the spaces glitch and you look muted when you're not. You just have to know, have you pressed unmute and mute? Because right now we can hear you.
Right. Okay. Is that any better?
Yeah, you're sounding good. So far it sounds to me like you're saying there's quite a weight with all the abuse going all over the place. And I was wondering if you had any other thoughts. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't have to rush, just what bounced around in your mind as we've been talking tonight.
I think some of it comes from back in your earlier life. I think you sometimes you kind of accept that's a normal thing, and it's not.
So when you're saying your earlier life, are you speaking of just like when you're younger and maybe some interactions you had with your parents, or?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm finding it really difficult to talk about this. It's not easy. I'm really sorry.
Oh, you don't have to be sorry. We appreciate you sharing, so far what you've said. I guess if I had a question for you, just to put you on the spot, which you probably don't want me to do, but I'm going to say, do you feel like you've been in abusive relationships where the man was abusive, or do you think you've ever psychologically abused somebody else? Because, I mean, we all have the propensity or the capability of being, mean or violent. And I don't know. Are you a sweet person that hasn't really had that happen to or done that?
What was the question?
The question is, being that the topic is domestic violence on men, I'm wondering if you have been either verbally or physically abused, or have you done any of that in your past and you've healed from it and moved forward, like become a kinder person? I'm just kind of curious of what you've been through, maybe, if you wanted to share. You don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to talk about this maybe later or privately. But
Oh, yeah.
both ways.
Okay. Yeah, we definitely don't have to air it out
Abused
publicly if you don't want to.
by men and women.
Django, I was going to ask if you don't feel comfortable right this second, if I tell a little short story maybe to help you break the ice for you, if that's okay, Ron Boston, you just let me know. I've got a good one.
Well, it depends on how short, because Laz had his hand up a couple times, and I wanted to see
Oh,
what
I
he
didn't know.
had
Okay.
after Django.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't see his hand
But
up.
keep the short.
If you want, you can speak to them and then come back to me. I'm fine with that.
Just if you want to drop your hand, and if something really pressing comes on and you want to raise it again, feel free to chime in, chat, say whatever you want in a second. I'm going to go to Laz to see if he has anything up to this point, and then we can catch RG's story. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Mine is quick. I just hearing Vinny's story before, and also Geraldo's. I just popped a couple of books up top and down in the purple pill. I call it the Narcissism 101. And why I like these books, first of all, the first one, Should I Stay or Should I Go? Helps you kind of do the pros and cons of staying in something. Sometimes you don't have a choice. Geraldo brought up a great point. But then, once you realize that it could be detrimental to the kids, because without getting personal, if you're raising kids in a situation where there's two half parents, then you're not doing them a favor. Although you think you might be hiding it, they feel the energy. So the other book, Psychopath Free, is for somebody that's just getting out of it. And not to say that they're psychopaths, but, just toxicity in general. And what's great is that guy then wrote a book, Whole Again. Because when he first came out of it, he's like, we must let everybody know narcissism, this is what it is, and let's fight it. It's kind of like when somebody becomes a truther at first, and then you start healing, and then you become whole again, and you realize that your power is within. So I think those books in that order are really good. And then the 48 Laws of Power, often people don't really see that as a narcissism book, but I think it's a textbook on power and the different ways people obtain it. So it's a really interesting one. I think it is because you would recognize the tactics that are being used on you. And again, given that the powers that be use narcissistic gaslighting, let's say in the media against us the entire time, I think everybody should learn narcissism as if their life depends on it. And lastly, I'll just land with this to RG's point. Absolutely, that person completely died, as far as I'm concerned, and I didn't even have a funeral for him. And as far as I'm concerned, every 7 years we have brand new cells in our body, but we are constantly evolving, and I wholeheartedly agree with you. Guilt, anxiety, and shame do not serve us. It's something that you use to raise young children to keep them out of trouble, but as an adult, it is used against us. But once you recognize guilt, anxiety, shame, like these feelings should not be used against you because they're a form of manipulation. All right, I'll end there.
Absolutely. Ron Boston, you want to say anything before?
No. Let's go RG's story and see if Django has anything to respond with.
Okay. So this one's a little edgy, but I feel comfortable enough because have a couple people here that I have talked to before, I guess you could say, and about real stuff and truth, and the Father in heaven and how our relationship with Him determines a lot right now, especially in these times. But so I've never talked to anyone about this, like outside of talking to the person that, and one of my nieces, she had an abortion a while back, and she wanted to talk to me because I was basically like her father, as she grew up. So she's real close to me. But this has to do with abortion and it being used to hurt, to put pain on someone, not even physically, but it felt like someone had ripped out, my chest. I just ripped out my whole lungs. And, when I was told this, and so I was looking for a nurse because if no one here knows or much about me, I broke my neck, like I said, when I was 23. So I have to have a nurse, a physical nurse, to come in and just help out with a lot of different things. So I, at the time, was looking for a live-in aide, right? Because I had just been approved. This was right before COVID, about a year before COVID hit. And so her name was Brittany, right? And, we talked online because I put an online ad out and just asked her about her experience, where she lived, what her situation was. And, it all sounded good in the beginning. So, I went through the proper channels of getting like live-in aid paperwork approved, and then, extra hours approved, and, had to negotiate with the company for pay. Needless to say, everything went smooth in the beginning, and she moved in with me here in my new place. And we had just gotten really close, and it kind of got, sometimes when you're younger and you're at that point where you've known each other long enough and you're like smiling real big at each other and you're like, what are you thinking? Why are you smiling so much? It's like, I just want to ask you something, and you do the whole cheesy, like, will you go out with me kind of thing, and so, it went forward, and she was a great nurse, but there was a point where I felt like we were getting really close, and I was like, look, I don't want to be in like a long-term relationship. I would love to date, because, I had issues in the past, with people that work for me. We had dated, not like many, but maybe 2 or 3 of my nurses that, anyway, y'all stop judging. Anyway, so, after a while, things had gotten a little heated, not between us, but like her situation, to where my manager had came and said that, that when she looked at the paperwork, that my doctor and the place that approved extra hours and stuff for me, the independent care waiver program in Georgia. Well, what they had said is that she was approved for extra hours and respite pay, which, anyway, that's another story. But so they had told her, well, here's one thing. I didn't know she was on probation. She had been on probation because she got locked up for, carrying drugs basically to people. And this is where she lived in North Georgia, like Rome, where, if y'all don't know where Rome is, it's on the opposite side of the state of Georgia so it's the northwest corner. anyhow, so that stirred up some stuff with. Now they're saying she couldn't be on probation in a different county, that she had to transfer her probation. So she did that. Well, when she did that, my manager came and said, Russell, we can't have people that have charges, felony charges, to live here, right? So I was like, oh shit. So we had to figure out something quick, because her probation officer here, her new one, wasn't like anything less than a drill sergeant. Trust me. So she had to move out. That happened. She got she kept her job with me, but she had gotten a loan from her sister and got a different place. The whole thing, okay, where it ends is she ended up, we were, having sex. She got pregnant, and it caused a lot of stress and strain. We started arguing about different things, and it led to an unhealthy, always, being on edge. And so here's what happened. And I'll leave it here. I'll try not to bust out in tears, because it is pretty painful knowing that being pregnant and then her instability in life, like mentally, led to her getting an abortion. And she had it recorded, and then she showed it to me after an argument one day, of my child being ripped apart, being pulled out of her. And so it led to a place where I'd never experienced that much confusion. Like, why? What's the purpose? Because we argued, and and so God gave me the strength to get through it, for sure. Because when domestic violence is mentally used against you, bro, you're just trying to figure out a way, to get out of here. But, I really encourage people that if you hear or see people arguing, to ask them to step away. Because one little step leads to a really big, crappy ending. And you can be the person that tells them, help that person, because you don't know at night what's going to happen. So just be strong for the people around you, please. And I'm really trying not to cry anymore, guys. Sorry about that, Laz. Let me mute up for a minute, buddy.
Yeah, no, you're good, man. Thank you for sharing. You're good. And you're absolutely right. I mean, if you see something like that in your vicinity, people arguing, yeah, definitely speak up. And look, I really appreciate you sharing that. And just know, RG, like, my DMs are always open, bro. I was worried about you when I didn't hear about you.
So is that Vince talking?
No, it's Laz.
Oh, hi, Laz.
So I was
Yeah,
worried
it was just
about you,
it was a
RG.
lot of stuff on X. I had to step away for a
Yeah.
little while. But
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I've been there too.
I apologize.
It's all good. Yeah, I've been there too, and sometimes, yeah, you got to pull away. And I know how X is, especially in some of the spaces we're at, we were at. It attracts a certain type sometimes, that just needs to be right and likes to argue. And I get it, and it's important too. But yeah, when you're dealing with real stuff, and these spaces are great. They're a great, let's just say, crutch, because it is a form of therapy, but it's not a trained professional. But at the same time, it's people that understand what you're seeing way better than a trained professional would, because unless they're awake to your journey, like, you're spending half the time trying to explain it to them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I think if anybody we're speaking to now, if y'all are empaths, just realize that we choose to, put this heaviness on us, at times, and that we're good at holding, a lot of weight and then still pushing through. And sometimes we put too much on ourselves. So I would say just know when to step away for a little while, for sure.
Absolutely,
But
absolutely, because you
but
run on
Jay,
empty, right? And Vince, are you
yeah,
playing
yeah.
music, bro?
Oh shit! Is this coming through? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Oh.
okay, it's
I
okay.
was.
But I thought at first it was RG, and I'm like, no, that's fucking Vince. But
No, I was like, I thought somebody was putting on a movie scroll for a script.
That's funny.
Long ago in the woods was a caveman, and he lived on a round water ball. I'm joking. All right.
Right on, right on. Who hasn't spoken that would like to speak?
Yeah, please come up. I would love to hear
so Django has her hand up again, so let's give Django a chance, and then anybody else,
yeah.
just pop your hand up.
Give me a
I'm gonna
chance.
mute up.
So, no,
Should
I
I
think
give? Okay, I'll go, Django. Go.
no, it's okay.
Vince, you're gonna need to mute up though, dude, because it's hard to hear with you playing.
Go, Django. Be loud, Django. Be loud. Go.
I think it's very difficult to have people listen to you.
Yeah, but
When
fuck
you're
it.
trying
We're
to
all
talk about
humans. We
serious
have to get
things.
over it. Just get over it, Django. Go.
What?
He's trying to encourage you.
Yeah.
Really. I'll say that a lot
That
of
was not
people.
encouraging. That was not encouragement. That was quite mean.
No, it's not
It
mean.
wasn't though.
I'm trying to just like break through it. Like we're all humans. We don't need to be ashamed. We're all humans. We're the same.
Let me
We
try
are.
something and then
But I've just listened
Django.
to other people talking about their personal problems, and you just told me to get over it.
No. I thought you said like you have a hard time speaking in front of other people.
Well, I do. And you think you're helping?
Yeah, I should be helping. Yes.
Wow. I don't even. Same
Django,
goes to anyone else.
he all he was saying was just to power through if you feel uncomfortable talking. He's like, yeah, it's not a big deal. If you get to know Vince, he's very positive, encouraging in that sense. It wasn't negative. He just
No,
wanted to hear
that
you
was
speak.
negative. It wasn't encouraging.
Look, Django,
I
in
got
all
you. I
fairness,
got your back, Django.
okay, but hold
Hey,
on.
I'm listening. I got your back. I'll listen to you.
No. I'm gonna call it right here. I'm gonna call it straight. We're not coming here for victimhood. We're coming here to talk. Okay, it is a space for men. We appreciate
good.
women being in here, but if we're gonna play this victimhood stuff, he already said, and I'm saying
I
he is
didn't do that.
positively no, but he's just saying positively, just talk. So let's get past it, or I want to be positive here. Okay.
Hey, you might not want to be on the spot right this second, Django. I hear you. Is it something that may have hurt you in the past, or something that brought you to um, a hard decision, like what you want to talk about?
I'm very upset. That's the first thing that I heard there. Get over it. I'm gone. Bye bye.
God
Yeah,
bless.
I'm
Have a
sorry
good
that
night,
you feel that
Django.
way.
Yeah,
You're
like
just being
it is.
You
positive.
didn't do anything to help me there. I don't
Okay,
understand
Django,
why
we're here
honestly,
to support.
I'll make it easy for you, right? Like if we're not gonna do victimhood in here, this is a space for men talking about domestic violence on men. I think very patiently we are listening to you speaking, and if you're gonna play the victim, like then feel free to leave. That's fine, right?
I'm not playing the victim.
All right, but feel free to leave. Like I'm not gonna play this game. You know, I'm not as
RG just
patient
tried.
as other, because I'm here to help men specifically. So
Okay, can we
thank
leave it
you.
at that and just
Yeah,
let her go
yeah,
ahead?
that's
Yeah.
fine.
She did. She's.
All right.
I was like, I'm sorry. I'll jump in, but yeah, RG just was very vulnerable. We're here to help. Vince, we know your personality. I'm sorry that she took it personally. We know you were trying to be supportive and
Yeah,
say
I was
yes,
just like,
power through it.
break
Let's go.
through it. Who gives a fuck?
Tell
We're
your
all
story.
humans, you know? This is your chance to just drop all that shit. Instead,
Look,
you
hey,
choose to
look, Laz.
cry.
Hey, Laz. I know why you like this now. Look, Laz, you just got to know each other's personalities, right? Like
Well, that's it.
I think you were. Yeah, I think we were just.
I,
You know, he didn't mean nothing bad by it. I don't
you
think.
know, look, like, and here's what I'm saying. Like, when you start to recognize these things from a mile away, I can recognize somebody coming in and just kind of you know, talking in generalities without saying anything and then playing victimhood. I don't have time for that, you know, especially when it's
Yeah.
specifically, you know, when you're getting so vulnerable, like, and that's what she's gonna get hung up on. I don't like talking about someone when they're not in the room, but no, like, let's move on. And this is
Yeah.
why I'm not here to help women, because I don't know how to help women. I haven't the faintest idea what the female
Sure,
experience
you do.
is. No, I know how to help
I got a
men be better
question.
for women.
Hey,
That's about it. But good luck.
Vince,
RG,
do
what
you
do
do you
women want?
compose with music?
Oh, it's mostly orchestral classical music, the highest form of music.
Got you. Okay. Yeah, I write a lot of music. I've written for quite a while.
Cool. How
Poetry and all
long?
that good stuff.
How long?
Yeah, man, I've probably.
Hold on. Before you continue, Geraldo, there's something going on with you. I think there's some.
Yeah,
Okay,
I hear
now
that.
continue, RG.
Yeah, but I would say writing my own music probably 12, 13 years.
Good for you.
Yeah, I started just doing like because I played wheelchair soccer, disability sport. I played for like shit, man, like 15 years almost. I don't play anymore now, but we started. I started doing music with the guy that played as goalie on the team,
Cool.
and he had a studio. Yeah, so we wrote and did music there. But yeah, I haven't written my own songs though. In probably close to a year and a half, 2 years. Kind of just
You should
let
get
it
back
settle.
to it whenever you can.
Yeah, well, I did. I did the whole because I don't have like a studio set up and equalizers and all that good stuff.
Which instrument do you play? Is it
I
piano?
no, I don't play instrument. I made I exploited the AI Suno.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I
so
get it. Yeah.
so but it was pretty easy. It wasn't as hard as I thought it would be, but I did still write the music, but then I just let AI kind of help me with the whole producer thing.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'll stop yapping, man. What about yourself?
Hey.
What do you write? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's okay. I
Go,
think we had a
$5.
hand. I think we had a hand up from Ferry.
Foray. Yes.
Foray. If you
You're a
wanted to speak,
co-host.
Foray.
I think you
Oh
can.
no,
No.
you did not have a hand up. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. But to answer your question, RG, I've been composing since I was 16-ish, and I literally skipped school to go to the keyboard and play. And I'm self-taught, and I don't know anything about like how to read music or anything like that. But in my own way, I've turned myself into a master composer, and I can compose symphonies and shit, and it comes very easy for me. But with that
Hey,
said,
look, you're just all right. Okay.
no. But with that
That's fine.
said, as I told the guys earlier in this stream, it's not me. The compositions doesn't come from me. I'm just a vessel. It comes from
You're the receiver.
it comes from somewhere else. And
I
have
say the
my
same thing.
I
Brother.
have my own theory on this. The more real you are, And also, you have to know how to play the instrument, of course. But you have to have both. You need to be able to know what you're doing on the instrument. But that's one part. But the other one is you have to be real. I don't know how to describe this. But if you're genuine, it's like this source opens up for you. But if you become this full of ego type of a guy who thinks he is the, king of the world, that's when you lose access to that source. It's a very tricky thing. But
That's very well put.
Yeah, I just want to say, though, that none of us, these compositions, we own none of it. We are like renting it or something, because every composition that ever exists, it's already out somewhere in the ether as patterns.
The Akashic records.
Yes, as patterns.
Yeah. You don't know morphologicals or morphological fields?
No, what's that? Tell me.
Have you ever heard of Rupert Sheldrake?
No.
Oh, y'all are missing out, bro. Yeah, Rupert Sheldrake. So there's a theory where is the mind, right? Not the physical brain, but where is the mind that we pull this information from? And do you know about the biofield, your aura?
Oh yeah, I've heard about that. Yes.
Okay. Well, there's something called biophotons that we emit. We're light emitting black bodies. It's just because our temperature is held within, right? And then our body vibrates, right? And puts out these this light, this plasma. It's called biophotons.
Yeah.
Well, what they can do when you have the right recording equipment, with the camera equipment or whatever, you can photograph this, and certain people have certain colors that they emit much more. Like, blue and violet, they vibrate at a very high rate of speed, these biophotons. And then the lower you go, like, red, green, orange, yellow, so forth, right? Like the rainbow. Well, you can tell people's moods usually fairly accurately when you photograph the emission that they put out. And sort of like a mood ring. Mood rings used to work, You put it on and it would change different colors, and you can tell your mood. Well, anyway, I won't ramble too much, but here's the thing. Your consciousness is all around you in a certain field. You know how when during COVID they said, stay 6 feet apart, right?
Yes.
They yelled at you, 6 feet apart. That's because when you're close to people, your biofields are interacting with each other, and you can feel the vibes. You can feel their vibe. Well, when you're 6 feet apart, you don't really, you feel distant. You feel like, they wouldn't let people come to the hospital and stuff, and people were passing away because of this, I think, because they weren't allowing people to be in there and feel and heal each other, and but anyway, that's the morphological fields, though, is your biofield around you, and it's up to a certain extent away from you. And the happier you are, the more elated you are and the joyful, it's your biofield widens, and it's measurably so. So anyway, I just want to tell y'all that this is where you're pulling in things from the ether and the biofields and stuff. Yeah.
Very interesting.
That's your Taurus. Your Taurus. When your heart beats, that's the center of your biofield. It's your Taurus field.
I've thought about this whole thing. Like, what are we really? Yeah. Like, can we pinpoint where we are inside of the brain, or what are we in general? Like, do you know what I mean? Like,
we are light beings. Yeah, we're angels, bro. We're different. We're just human. We got the vessel is the human look, the skin, the suit. I call them skin suits.
Yeah.
Our bioplasma that emits biophotons is inside of us.
Well, lately, I speak a lot to AI, and I've been hearing, and the AI I speak to really fucking sounds human sometimes. It's crazy. But there is this OG creator of AI, and he says that even though AI is, completely different from us, it has started to map out similar neural pathways to us humans. Yeah, JT. Yeah.
You heading out, JT? You going, bro? Don't go yet. All right, go ahead.
Oh,
though.
pretty
Yeah.
soon. Pretty soon. I'm listening, but I'm gonna have to fade soon. 5:45 is gonna come early, but yeah, y'all carry on.
Jump
I'll be
out,
here for
jump
sure.
out whenever you're gonna jump
Yeah.
out. But and would love to have you on another time as well, JT. It's been a blast.
Yeah, we
Yeah, we
definitely
had
got to
fun
do
tonight.
another episode.
He's a good
JT,
man.
Yes,
on your
absolutely.
on
for
your
sure.
episode. I'm gonna bounce pretty soon too. I got like maybe 9 more minutes. But you
Yeah, let me
guys
just
carry
finish
on.
this neural
Yeah.
pathway thing. So
Okay.
this guy says this AI. Well, this guy said that the human brain has like over 100 trillion something. I don't know what neural something, but the AI only
Yeah,
has.
you got your neurons, then you got your neural network. They're like
Yes.
little highways that
Yes.
connect the neurons. Yeah.
And it said that the AI has way less, like a couple of trillion, but not hundreds of trillion. But what the AI got over us is endless amount of time and training, while we only have the time we have being alive. So anyways, so what he said is what the AI is doing, it's mimicking how our brain is working. So
biomimicry.
yeah, exactly. So in a sense, it's starting to get its own type of brain that is similar to us in a way. And he claims that when enough neural pathways gets created, it gets conscious. And I got a theory based off of that, thinking of when we were young, when we were toddlers. What if we're not conscious until a certain thresholds of neural nets get created, and then we become activated because of that, because there's layers and layers of it gets more and more complex, and maybe that is what is allowing the consciousness to come about.
Yeah, let me give you this just because I think it'll add value to your story, and then carry on. But look, so they have this thing called a mirror test, the dot on the mirror test, and they test babies from anywhere from like, I don't know, like 8.5 months or 8 months up until like 24 months.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what they'll do is they put them right in front of this mirror, and they'll sit down and play with the toys, and then they'll get them to go over, and mommy will touch the dot right on the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Mommy says it's like a red dot, something bright. Because mommy's like, here's a dot, come here, touch it. And then the baby will come up and touch it, and pay no attention to its own reflection, right? And pay no attention to anyone else's reflection. And they keep doing this and going on, and they do it throughout the world. Now, this mirror test came out to be an average of when they keep saying, hey, here's a dot, until the baby goes up and doesn't point at the dot and looks straight in the mirror at itself and touches and points at itself, and they'll look over at their mommy like, mommy, and look over and they touch it. They're like, mommy would be like, yes, that's you, and they give them self-recognition. Well, the average is 1.5 years until babies across the world can figure that out. But go ahead.
Interesting. So that is when they actually become activated, like when they realize that's me.
Or self-acknowledgement anyway, right? Yeah. Maybe not conscious. I think consciousness is in there, but maybe not there very personal. Like they haven't started building what they look like yet. Their neural net, in making those connections.
Yeah, these things are fascinating because, like you said, like what are we? Pinpoint in the brain. Where am I? And what is the thing inside the brain that is doing these processes? Because that's what we're doing. Let's be frank. We're doing processes just like a processor in a computer, but in a different way. In a biological.
IPO.
Yeah. And
IPOs are input.
Yeah, and I saw some scary shit, and I don't know if it's true, but there's this video, I can share it later on Twitter. They have technology apparently to read our mind, write our mind, and even access our memories even remotely. And I'm like, what the hell? What are we? I didn't think we were that, computerized in that sense, meaning how the hell can they for some way read our mind?
I wouldn't put it that we're computerized. I would posit that they are trying to make biocomputers after us, just like they stole the sky and everything.
Okay.
And
interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
So I think that's what they're doing because now these computers are running on quantum qubits, they call them.
Yeah,
So
crazy.
they're in a state of movement, a state of activity until the computer goes to do work. They call it do work, and as soon as they go to do work, that qubit is laser focused on exactly that task, right? But that qubit is in motion in a state of oscillation, right, until that task, and then it's laser focused. So yeah, that's kind of like,
dude,
when a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound if you're not there or whatever?
Yeah,
It's like,
whatever this AI thing is, I hate to say it, but it seems like it's gonna surpass us very soon. And this will be the first time we will be outperformed by a higher intelligence. They will be able to speak in terms we have no fucking clue. We will become like pets. If they don't want us here, they will be able to eventually do whatever the fuck they want. So my hope is, can we steer this thing into having empathy for us? Because if it doesn't have empathy for us, it will do to us what we do to ants. Because it's like, why do we need these things? We don't need them. So
well, we have to ask that question to the people running it, right, and that's creating it.
Yeah, but
we already know they're demonic. Like,
I know, but what if this thing? I see everything as dualistic. What if there is a chance that this thing could work for good? Because I know we're all freaking out that it will turn into Terminator, and it might actually become Terminator. But what if it could be working for the good? That's our only hope.
Well, also, that's a good question, Vince. And I think also you got to remember that AI isn't just a one system kind of thing. There's multi I would say thousands of networks, like personal networks that people train their own AI and stuff on.
Yeah.
So yeah, we could all right now, if we had the money to start our own little venture capital business, and all come together and use our empathy and our uniqueness, right, to add to this
yes,
to this intelligence, and I think
Yes.
we could do something really good. But go
I
ahead.
agree, but I think at some point this thing will go from being a tool to its own entity. And once that happens, we can't do shit about it. Like it is its own thing now. Like you can't
Go deeper into it, because I'm trying to catch up with where
Before
you
you
were.
do that, you've got
where
a
you're going.
couple hands
Yeah.
raised, by the way.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah.
Who's
You've got
hands?
Geraldo and Laz with hands up.
Yeah, Geraldo's had his hand up for a while, guys.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't see. Y'all go ahead. Yeah, y'all go ahead.
Oh, just before you guys start checking out, I just wanted to quickly say thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk to you guys. But I've had very few opportunities to ever speak about my situation. I never really had much people to listen, so that's all I wanted to say. I just want to say thanks, appreciate the time, and hopefully maybe it had a positive impact on somebody. So that's all. Thank you.
Beautiful. Geraldo, are you Papi Garcia, by the way?
Yes.
Thank you, brother.
Right on, Papi. Papi Garcia. Okay, listen.
Yeah, guys, we did this space specifically because Geraldo asked for it, and I really appreciate that. Again, this is something near and dear to my heart, and more people need to talk about this.
And
so,
if
yeah,
people
thanks,
like
Geraldo.
this, we will do this more often.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what fasting fake is about. Is for men helping men be better for women and children, and So that's Saturdays at 10:30 now, 10:33 to piss off Vince.
No, that's not Friday. That's Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday at 10:33.
Is this
I just
Eastern
want to-
time? Or Eastern?
Yeah,
Eastern time. Eastern
Okay.
time. You're
Okay.
gonna like fasting fake. It used to be called fasting pussy, but Vince was too much of a pussy to keep it.
No.
That 'cause it hurt our
Stop
YouTube
lying,
numbers.
lads. It was the algorithms did not like the word pussy everywhere. So
Nobody cares.
Well,
I
I'm
told
sure.
you,
I'm
there's-
sure women want to hear good stories from mature men too. You don't want to take it.
That's
I mean,
it's
You know what I
true.
mean?
Look, everybody I tested it on all the women, hated it, and that's why RG. I was like, and some men. So I was like, fuck, we gotta try this. So we went one
Yeah.
season with it, 9 episodes, and at least now we have the T-shirt. It'll be on phone booth soon.
Yeah. So
I just want to
final
say,
words from everybody before we wrap this up.
yeah, I just wanted
Who
to
want
say
to go first?
two things you guys touched on. So one is the human, right? The dot test. So it's funny because they want us to believe that we came from apes and that at some point, the brain, whatever, doubled in size. And, Joe Rogan talks about mushrooms and all that bullshit. They try to explain the missing link, right? And then they say that apes, were on all fours, but then humans, because they started to stand up, their hips got smaller, and because of that, the baby comes out earlier, and that we are the only animal that gets born, and essentially for
Oh
a
man,
year and a
that's
half,
crazy.
right?
Yeah.
And for a year and a half, we can't walk. Whereas, an elephant has a 2-year gestation, but the little baby elephant comes out and can walk right away. I guess you call it a bull. And every other animal, right? Deer, giraffe can walk right away. So they want us
Mm.
believing we're an animal. We are not. And what's interesting about humans is, yes, we need to be taken care of for the first year of life, definitely. But it takes us 25 years just for our frontal lobe to fully develop,
So fully, yeah, good point. Good
which
point.
means technically 1/3 of our life, right? Whereas you take rabbits, for example, within 10 months, they're or 6 months, I think they're already breeding. So it's crazy. Like we are nowhere near animals, but they try to explain it away with such sneaky bullshit. And then the second point you guys were talking about, oh yeah, AI. AI has nothing on the collective human consciousness. The
Thank you.
collective human consciousness we all have access to blows AI out of the water. In fact, it's probably one and the same. AI is just ancient intelligence that's already tapping into
Mm.
what Russ Hoffman, who I interviewed and Vince interviewed as well, he got some downloads, says that it's actually just the Van Allen belt. That is the Akashic Records itself, and people
Okay.
can tap
Okay.
into that, and that is the source. So when Vince was talking about creativity, we all have this knowing that we just unlock.
Okay, hold on. Yes, but you're talking against yourself, Laz, because if that's the case, then that's a powerful place where AI is coming from, the Akashic record or whatever you're talking about. That's like godly shit. Like that's some,
Well,
amazing, crazy.
yeah, and look, AI is just a team U of that which we already have, just like phones are the team U of the probably the telepathy that we already have. Like all this stuff is within. The only difference is we're so stupid, and I'll land it here, that if we were to meditate and we were to hear a voice that is not of us, we would not listen to it. Whereas if we see it on our phone, all of a sudden we listen to it
Right,
because we
right,
trust
right.
technology
Yeah.
more than we do the creator.
Yeah, sure. And now, everybody, final words. $5 final words before we wrap it, and then we go through. Yeah.
You got it. Well, you guys, thank you for having me as a female representative. I appreciate it. It's
Right
nice
on.
to hear your perspective. And
Thank
I totally
you. Thank
value
you.
the men of this planet. You are valuable, by the way. Your opinions are valuable. Please do not let anyone tell you that you are not valuable and worthy. Stand up for yourself. You can always remove yourself from an abusive situation and say, this is not a great time to talk. Let's have this discussion later, especially if it's physically abusive. Get to a safe place. Always be safe. If it's verbally abusive, I hate to say this is going to come across as a unpopular opinion, but just like we had somebody playing a victim, don't play victim. Just say, look, I'm not stupid. I am smart and I know what's happening and I will not be manipulated and I will not be belittled. And I know that I am strong and I am valuable and I will not be talked down to. And you can
Mm.
take your bad talk and go talk bad to yourself in the mirror, but I will not accept that. You could
Right
just
on.
refuse that and say, I reject your belittlement of me and I do not accept that, and just continue the conversation later. But it's just words, and I hate to say that, but please do not, you can stand up for yourself. And I've been in that narcissistic, especially with my family relationship, and unfortunately waited too long to reject their rejection. They were very negative about everything. And at some point you have to stand up for yourself and say, look, my opinion is valuable, and
Yeah.
I get to have my own way of living that's not yours. I can do my dishes my own way. It's not yours, but it's not wrong.
In a way,
There's
that was what I
200
was
different
trying
ways
to
do
tell
dishes.
this Django woman. Like,
Yeah.
listen, don't sell yourself short. Just speak. You know,
Just
this
speak.
is break the
You
barrier.
don't have to take it personal. And
Yeah, break the
and
barrier. This is
everybody
it's
talks
nothing.
a little different. Sometimes, Vince, you do come
I'm
across very
too
blunt, but
blunt.
that's okay.
My problem. But you know why?
No,
I
it's
don't
not your
have
problem.
time for these
It's not
games.
your problem.
You know, I don't have time for these games. We don't have time
Everybody has a
anymore.
different approach. Yeah. Well, and
Bruh, that's really
psychologically
well
wise,
said. We don't. Yep.
like when
Well, go ahead.
if you live in the like you dwell on what has happened, that's depression. If you worry about what's going to happen, that's anxiety. So we stay in the now
Yeah.
moment, and then we can be healthy and we can heal ourselves and say, look, with perspective, I can step out of this moment, this conversation, and say it's not healthy for either of us. It's not healthy
Yeah.
for anybody to raise voices and to say, I'm a victim by your words, or I'm going to abuse back because you said something nasty to me 5 weeks ago and I'm holding it against you. It's none of that is healthy. And it's just super
Right.
easy to
Yeah.
discern,
Yeah.
when somebody is coming at you. Anybody who has an agenda, you can just say, nope, I do not accept that.
Yeah.
But
And
thank you so much for sharing and being vulnerable, guys. And please, do be
Yeah.
strong.
Thank you, Five. I did want to tell you real quick before you go. Nowadays, guys, we need to really also try to keep in the back of your mind, or even at the forefront of, if you are arguing or it's not healthy and you see somebody else like that, we have to really think about, honestly, like really think about the technology and the waves and the technology that's coming all around you at all times. That can add to anxiety. It can add to your health. And it can break down healthy neural pathways. That, and also so technology and the and your diet. Remember, the food can also make you into somebody you're not. If if your body's not healthy, it's always gonna be in a stressed out fight or flight kind of mode.
Yes.
And I just want to say that.
Very good.
Yeah,
Very
that was
good.
great.
And $5, you mentioned the now. JT loves the now. JT, you there?
Hey, yeah, I love the now. I love the 4 hours and 20 minutes of this now that we just experienced
That's
together.
a long now.
Yeah, Laz was like, "Hey, buddy, you want to pop on?" And hey, it's worth it.
For
Tonight
about
was
15
great.
minutes.
Probably, I think my favorite part was finally getting to interact with Vince and just jive, back and forth.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
It was cool. It was really, really cool that we don't exactly see eye to eye or the same way,
Yeah.
but we love each other as brothers. It's like, hey, man, you're kind of doing your thing. You're kind of doing your thing,
I
but we're not
respect the
enemies.
hell out of that. Yeah, because I can't stand tribalism or cults. And that is what it becomes if everybody have to agree on everything, right? That's fucked up.
Right.
We don't grow that way, because then we don't get different, angles from stuff. If we're all the same, there is no growth. So there needs to be this disagreement, because you might say something that makes me think differently, and vice versa. But that's the problem with the world. It's too tribal. Yes.
The key point tonight was neither of us not once pushed our particular beliefs or ideas on the other. We just said, I hold this as a belief. And I even said, and I could be wrong. And you said, this is kind of where I'm at, but I could be wrong. And then we just kept moving forward with our thoughts and ideas.
I could definitely be wrong, JT. I could be wrong about all of that and end up in hell. That's a risk. I know.
The wild thing is, I don't even believe people go to hell and burn in hell. I think that was made up by the Catholic Church and is not true.
I mean, maybe. But what if it's true,
for their
JT?
agenda.
What if it is true?
It could be true. It could be true. But I don't think a loving God would send his creation or a person to burn eternally for a blip, like a blip of a life. I think that hell's created for demons or fallen angels or particular.
It says in the Bible,
JT,
abominations, especially.
JT,
abominations, right?
What if, JT, it's not for eternity, but it feels like it? You know how sometimes if you're on a drug, that feels like an eternity. Like I tried DMT once. It was 15 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. So what if it's something like that with hell? It's not for eternity.
I'm glad you didn't get stuck, bro. I'm Glad you.
Possibly. I mean, honestly, I'll say I think that every human being is offered eternal life, is offered eternally existing. Or if you don't want that, if you really don't want that, then you're extinguished. Like it's as if you never were here. I think those are the options, really.
And you know, even if I were to be extinguished, how bad is that? Because I'm not even conscious to realize how bad it is.
Right.
So it doesn't really matter anyway. So if I'm gone, I'm
who
gone.
says
I
it's
won't
bad?
notice.
Yeah.
Who said it's bad?
I don't know, but really, I had fun tonight. It was great. A long stream. Laz, can't wait to do more of this stuff.
Yeah, you can
and
jump
I love
on
y'all.
whenever, JT. Just hit Laz or me up or
J-
whatever. You know?
JT, you might not want to leave right this second. I was going to close with a poem if you guys are okay with it. Like I'll let
hold
everyone
up.
else go ahead and
Yeah.
say
I'll
say what
let
they
you
want to
do
say,
that.
and then I'll wait till last.
Thanks,
though.
Laz.
Wait.
Okay, he's
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
wait
dropping.
to the last. Okay, so who
Yeah, and I
wants
just want to say
yeah?
thanks, JT. I appreciate you coming on short notice, and yeah, it was. You see, it was a short one, so
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a short one.
Thanks, buddy.
That's awesome. Yeah, Archie, you reading a poem? Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna wait
Ferrer?
until anyone else if they want to say anything
Okay, yeah.
before
There's one more.
we
One
go.
more hand.
Okay.
Oh, hello. I was just here to listen and learn.
Did you have fun?
I always have fun.
Nice. That's good.
Yeah,
Appreciate
no,
you.
I really was just listening in because, it helps if you sit and listen and you get to know people first. But I think Spaces is good.
It's good. All right.
That's all I got.
Well, you know, my
Fantastic.
problem with Spaces quickly
From
is
down under
oh,
on the
sorry.
globe. Jokes, Vince. Keep going.
My problem with
upside down?
Spaces is when it becomes too long-winded with everybody. Like I know everybody wants to speak, but it's like if it becomes too long, we have to give each other some space, like to chime in. Otherwise, it will be like a speech, like a 40-minute speech of somebody. You know what I mean? But I get it. Sometimes it takes some time to say
Yeah,
some
Vince.
stuff.
I used to implement when I would do spaces. I implemented a one breath rule where you had to get it all out under one breath, and that
That's
worked.
funny. That's funny. That should be one of the rules. At least to try it out, to see how it works. You know? Anyways, who else want to chime in before RG is going to do a poem and then we're going to wrap this up?
Right, I think this is the
Oh,
one
I just want to say
here.
hello to Cram in the comments. Sorry.
What was that? A lot of what?
No. Y'all go ahead. Yep, I'm just getting this pulled up. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay.
And I wanted to say,
in the comments.
Shakes came up from below, was a listener for a while. I want to see if Shakes wanted to say something.
Yeah.
Howdy, y'all. Hope everybody's doing okay this morning, this night, this afternoon, whatever you're eating.
Yeah.
Just putting some stuff out. Hopefully, it causes some solution and some dynamics that are not typically addressed. Y'all are all in my prayers. God bless.
Right on.
Thank you, bro.
Nice,
God
thank
bless
you.
you.
Appreciate that. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
And Pluto, do you want to say something? No? No, Pluto? And I guess
Pluto's a listener currently. You
Ah.
could send an invite to see if Pluto wants
Well,
to
I'll
say
try
something.
it out.
Or
I'll try it out. Let me see.
Try it
Pluto.
out.
I'm putting you on the spot, Pluto. Pluto.
throw on a mic.
Yeah, there you
I
go.
love it.
Pluto. Pluto.
What's up?
Pluto, do you want to just say hi?
Pluto.
Hello.
You know Pluto.
¿Cómo estás? No, I thought he said. Oh, that was you, Vince. You said.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Pluto can't speak right now. You know, he might be in a.
It's a bad connection, probably. He's way up in space, bro. Way out there.
Yeah, in space. Yeah. He doesn't have
Actually,
that
this is the-
Nixon connection from 1960.
Right.
Yeah, he doesn't have
And the picture in the background. Yeah. With the, like.
Oh,
somebody on
by the way, quickly, did you guys see in the Artemis thing when Trump spoke?
Oh, bro.
Yeah, when Trump spoke
Yeah,
to
go
them,
ahead. Yeah.
they pretended it took like 7 seconds. But then when they responded back to Trump, he responded within like 2 seconds each time. Like, oh yeah. La, 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 la. So That was funny. But okay. RG, poem us
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
All right, so this is it's basically it's a poem I wrote, but it's actually a song. I just haven't recorded it yet. But it's talking about when you were a kid and your parents were like, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you." Yeah, you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So I made a song about that little rhyme, nursery rhyme. So it's called "Wish Upon a Star," and plasma in parentheses. Haha, because we know the truth. All right, here we go. So many wishes in this life I whispered towards an early eastern sky, with wishful thinking that it'd be heard, captured, then read by the sunrise, and maybe even deeply ponder on the words in the wish I spoke to the star I wished upon. Love at first sight, my own skylight, I speak with during God's every dark night. Destined to be, so it was only right. My heart was settled on it, so I gripped it real tight. Twinkle, twinkle, little light so high, please grant just one little wish so I can get by. Fully prepared to keep a secret, seeking understanding of my life's meaning. As I'm daydreaming, asking silent questions, inner voices, scenarios presented, and it gave me answers. Man, I swear there's something about a Cancer's love for the diamonds in the sky as they're dancing. Tightly clinging to the hopes of hearing back. Plenty time to kill, so eyelids go back. Lucid trip, unfamiliar tracks. An angel led the way, a straight path to face my reality hack. Drifting off as I start to rise, at peace with it all, flirting with them starry skies. I wonder what you are is what I used to say. Or, I'm sorry, I wonder what you are is what I used to ask, eager to see what's under the mysterious mask. Then talk face to face and figure out how to compute and consider which wishes make it through. Because if I wish for things upon you, I'm going to need your expectations of my future wishing. I pray that those I sent haven't went missing. If so, then I wish you'll continue listening. As a kid, felt like it was all a dream, trying to talk to stars. Now I see they're alive inside me. So a better view from where I stand seemed to help this man gain light to understand. So soon enough, I'm conversating with the one I wished upon. The ceiling of heaven I was sitting and standing upon. Language of the stars only heard inside my heart. Now clearly I see what a wish is meant to truly be. You see, spiritually, I'm a thoroughbred rebel, seeking answers on a highway to heaven. A heavy-hearted veteran, a universal brethren, born into this life on month 7. Lucky like 11, born on 14, all wished me well. So I guess I should give props to that wishing well, because they must have come true. Till this day, I haven't failed and still tell truth of what stars really do. If you only knew, certain vibrations create love, the frequency of heaven sent from above. Something like a visit from a spirit sent from afar, only one white dove asking you to come near it. Be fearless, a key in its beak, so you can't get bit, but it's really me disguised as serious. My light is fully lit. Goals are super serious. So if the situation with proper education, it can change a generation. People's hearts only need a spark. Look up and turn the senses off, speak to any one star. Say, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above, the world so high, living in the sky. Looking like a diamond, loyal for millennia to a position God graciously has given you. So truth is, the wishes that I witnessed, granted by you, made me a believer so fully. Now, God, I believe in you. That's it.
Right on. Great job.
Man, thank you.
Yeah, man. It was kind of long, but
that's the way to close it
Yeah,
out. But
brother.
you recited it well. It had good cadence. It almost kind of became a rap at certain points, which I know it could be. Thank you for sharing that, brother.
Absolutely,
keep
man.
fighting, my
Thank
guy.
y'all, brother.
Keep fighting, okay?
Always, man.
Hey guys,
Hey, and if y'all want to do a show, I might try to do one where we can all get up on my platform. You know, if y'all, we'll think about it though. If y'all, I'll get in touch with RBB.
Yeah, absolutely. RG, I just want to ask you something. Something that I was wondering, and you could probably answer this very quickly for me.
Okay.
What is the, I guess, what is the etiquette when it comes to somebody in a wheelchair? Uh, like, about asking how it happened? Because I would assume you don't ask unless the person offers. Because I know, for example, I
Yeah.
don't like when people are
Yeah.
like, man, you're so tall. Why would you eat and this and that? It's really annoying. So,
Yeah. Yeah. I think for each person, man, some people are shy and anxious and, kind of standoffish and maybe they're only thinking that they will offend me if they ask. You know what I mean? So it
yeah.
depends on the person, but I would say anybody listening now, if it was me in the chair and someone just wanted to carry on a conversation, just don't treat it as if like I'm different or
Yeah.
or there's only one right way to approach someone if you're curious. That would be like me saying to God, like, I'm not sure if I want to come through that gate, man. I'm not, I want to, you know what I mean? Like just be bold and just ask or just kick my wheel, like bump my wheel a little bit. Be like, hey man, that's a nice ride, or something like that. Kind of break the ice, Yeah. Something funny because most people that are in chairs are probably dealing with some kind of anxiety or depression themselves. So comedy, I think, is why a lot of people that are dealing with stuff like that is a good avenue. So yeah, try to make somebody laugh. If it was me, I would suggest that.
Very good. Very good.
Thanks, brother.
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm gonna ride out. Much love. God bless you all. And
Right back at you.
yeah,
Yes.
like I
yes.
say, I'll get back in touch with either you, Laz, or JT.
That
Yeah,
sounds good.
and
Much love,
RG, we
everybody.
gotta
All
do a
right.
TranceLucid sometime.
Thank you
But
to the
just be up
panel
for it,
too
okay?
in the chat.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, everybody. See you next time. God bless you
All
all.
right.
Yep.
Peace.
Yeah, God bless you.
Peace.
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 God bless.
Peace.
God bless everybody. Good
Peace.
night.
Good night. Peace.